Hi. Oh my God, where's my chat? Where did they go? Where's my wife? Where's my dinner? Where are they? Anyway, don't worry, I got it. Hey, well done, well done. Okay, Learnerbox probably playing guitar right now. Haha, well, you got it way off. I was here. I was waiting to be bang on time. What else would I do? I'd never do anything other than time myself to be bang on time. I wonder if I have to just do filler for like fucking an hour because everyone's expecting me to be late now. Oh no. Oh no. Kilo, thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Right, where is my boy? Where is the what should I do first? You think he's buttering me up? Is this his doobie arc? Oh no. Listen, I'll do it. Fucking, you want me to change my opinions for money? Why would in this environment and economy? Yeah, let's go. My opinion lies with the highest bidder. I'm completely for sale today. Fuck it. Start off with some James. Potentially. Toby, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Gallstone, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Eating a mountain of cornflakes before stream. No. Esme, thanks for the tier 1 sub. You guys are okay. On it. Quite quick. Nice. Hutch is brushing his teeth. No, he's not. He's streaming. Is Kyle Kalinske fighting with Cavernacle? Really? Is that real? What is this?
Like I said, the criticisms.
Wait, who sent me this? Trans rights crap. Okay, I thought it was.
Up front are kind of legitimate, but as time goes on, and you're on your 7th Graham Plattner video as they frog march people into the concentration camps, and Trump is looting the treasury with the Epstein class right in front of us, and you're on your 7th Graham Plattner video, policing everybody who's trying to make the world a better place. That's when I sort of start to lose respect a little bit, and it begins to look like a Jimmy Dore 2018 project, where it's like a virtue signal fest. Like, I'm the most pure. No, I'm the most pure. No, I'm the purest of the pure. And it's like, that's great. Well, enjoy not living in the United States of America as our country crashes into a fucking iceberg like the Titanic and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. It's like, you know, I'm sort of resentful about that too, particularly when it comes to Cavernacle, because it's like, you don't even have any fucking skin in this game, bro. We're trying anything we can, last-ditch effort to try to save this motherfucking country, and you're cock blocking one of the only options we have that might potentially work. You know what I'm saying?
I think like I'm gonna say very well off. I don't know if he's like a multi-millionaire or whatever, but probably like a very well off political commentator who's been at this for fucking over a decade now, probably has about as much skin in the game as, as someone like Cavernacle, but wait.
Well, you mentioned Graham Plattner, and obviously there's just been so many smears thrown at Graham Plattner. You know, obviously it's unfortunate that he was seemingly cheating on his wife. I'm not going to defend that behavior, but also it's not really something I care about in the context of like the votes you're going to cast as
especially since they kind of already resolved it privately. Yeah, and also I don't think Plattner is like maybe if you're one of those candidates that talks about like traditional values or some shit like that, but yeah,
state senator, right? It doesn't really mean much to me. I am sort of interested in your opinion on this, Kyle, because, you know, despite all of the crazy bullshit attacks on Graham Plattner from establishment Democrats and from right-wingers and Republicans, there also has been a contingent of left-wing anti-imperialist content creators who don't like Graham Plattner because of his service in Iraq, you know, being a machine gunner in Fallujah, going to 3 tours in Iraq, and then briefly working with Constellus. Obviously, he, you know, bragged about killing people in Iraq, talked about, you know, how he enjoyed that or something crazy. And there is a contingent of left wingers. You know, I was watching a conversation with the Cavernacle and Noah Sampson where they were talking about this, and they were like, it is weird that people on the left are so willing to forgive that, where they probably never would forgive like a former IDF member or something who bragged about, you know, killing Palestinians when they were volunteering with the IDF or something. So how do you square square that circle, what would your response be to some of those left-wing
Because no Jew, no news.
critics of Graham Plattner who aren't against him for the
Simple
bullshit reasons of like he jerked off in a porta potty or he cheated on his wife or something, but actually more concerned about like, hey, you know, this guy doesn't actually have any political experience. He has no real record to point to other than killing people and bragging about it. What's your response to that crowd?
What I would say to them is, first and foremost, I understand the criticism completely. And when I first learned about Graham Plattner, it obviously was the first thing that came to my mind as well.
I just don't expect this to be interesting. I don't know, but it is kind of like funny how this is like it's like a big cleavage now, in the left with the anti-Plattner people. Like there's quite a lot of them. There are quite a lot of them. Actually, FD had a thing about it, didn't he? Because I think he has decided that Plattner is fucked as well. Why I this fucking video title, bro. Why I left the white brackets left. Fucking
I'm
hell.
putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in black hair.
The funny thing is that you probably have to be you probably are going to be disproportionately white if you're going as progressive as Plattner anyway. And you have to be double, triple, quadruple white generally to be the ones who are saying he's not left enough. Like this is already, you've got a disproportionate concentration of whites getting purity tested by an even higher disproportionate concentration of whites. Like, I'm sorry, like progressivism, when you get to this level of far left, like you are disproportionately white. Sorry. That's kind of like, that was like Bernie's canary in the coal mine for the fucking, that was his harbinger of doom. His horseman of the apocalypse was literally fucking getting outside of the white voter base.
Probably don't realize that because a lot of y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic, and the fact that I'll be explaining black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place. We're going to start out talking Graham Plattner a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest. I want to be really clear. I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards or Scandal or something. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all. And this isn't just taking issue with his military service. I don't have a purity politic toward anything, really, if you know me, but definitely not ex-military people on the left. I am anti-American military. Like, I don't want to misconstrue that. But there are also Black Panthers who are ex-military. The American military spends billions of dollars marketing and propagandizing young people across this country. So I try to hold a nuanced position for how that works. But I wouldn't apply this to Plattner. 4 tours and Blackwater and a Nazi tattoo is a lot. And I know that's not a hot take. I know even more moderate folks would agree with that. So I have to wonder why and how is Plattner being pushed so hard by the establishment and the online left in general? Plattner is the latest project out of the Fight Agency. The Fight Agency is a political consultancy that was started by some ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-John Fetterman folks. And in recent years, they've been behind the success of Zohran Mamdani, as well as people like Dan Osborne, Bob Brooks, etc. And aside from Zohran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, the main, mostly valid argument that I will get about Plattner is
why don't we just look at his policies?
He's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important for Palestinian liberation. But I do have to ask, why are we being asked to not just tolerate Plattner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party and maybe even the left? Why has he become the darling of the online, predominantly white left in this time frame? Why did the fight?
This is the best you guys are going to do for the foreseeable future.
Agency scout him in the first place? It's because the Fight Agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses. He's doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to remember, all of these characters were villains. And historically, it's always straight white men that fail to realize that fact about those characters. And when you're not a straight white male, you always take note of those types of fans. They may not be the worst people in the world, but they're people to observe. But the left falling for the same trick like this is not surprising when you realize that white leftists in America have never consistently had a halfway decently developed racial analysis, and this is just a historical pattern at this point. Again, shout out to a book I've been reading from Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, The Forbidden Genius of Black Radicalism. Hubert Harrison was a lesser-known black socialist who worked and wrote in the same eras as Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, and Garvey, and was to the left of all of them during that time, including Du Bois. But in this, he also found himself confounded by the challenge of organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-blackness to form effective solidarity.
This is why, by the way, FT signifier loves Israel, okay? This is why IDF signifier, this is Zio bastard.
Who doesn't like is not real. That's crazy.
Because he just has to have an unstoppable soft spot for a majority non-white country. He can't help himself. You get a majority non-white country like Israel, he's right on it.
and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating, which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is their fight. Debs here exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that this is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but censor their sensibilities even in the face of obvious red flags, or clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to censor themselves. Why have we—
Am I wrong that the only policy from Plattner that he mentioned was the Israel policy, right? That was it? Was there anything else? What the fuck is it? What's this got to do with black leftism or what?
Centered Graham Plattner when we have Chris Robb, who from what I understand is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race. And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics and is in a very vulnerable red state that could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And it's not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty, and reparations is everything you can want from a mainstream politician, but he's invisible compared to Plattner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have seen Plattner's face a million times more.
Is FD a biological essentialist? His videos always have some weird undertones. I don't think he's a biological essentialist. Because in order to come to a conclusion on that question, you would have to think about something other than coming at the sound of your own voice, which he is permanently doing. He has not stopped since 2020, 2019, I don't know fucking when he started, but unfortunately he's not really capable of thinking about much else until that's over.
More than either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hassan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Plattner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Mehdi Hassan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience, a lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how it works. The absence of a critical understanding of how whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over.
How does whiteness work? Let's go.
Point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for Plattner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left. He should not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks.
Although it seems like his red flags are pointed at minorities that are not generally black. It would be his red flags. I mean, if you talk about his past, it would be to do with the Middle East. Otherwise, it would be to do with what? The cheating, which is to do with women, I guess, and the Nazi tattoo, which is Jews. I guess it's kind of also related to black people as well, but they don't really bear the top brunt.
Arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad, and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago, or the fact that that exact type of Nazi terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern and repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online, and that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Plattner is, because he's just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space, because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years, I have not responded to drama publicly. And any drama from other creators whose opinions I don't care about, you haven't heard me talk about it publicly. And the reason for this is people don't care. People don't care about petty squabbles between creators that agree with each other 90% of the time. None of this is really material to any useful action toward a free Palestine or any social issue that you might care about. So
I'm sorry. What? As opposed to whatever. Holy shit.
Rarely do I dedicate time to it in a serious sense. Some creators thrive off drama, and they can't attract an audience otherwise. I am not one of those creators. So I want to apologize up front to the vast majority of people who will watch this and have no clue where this is coming from. But with that in mind, I won't be naming names. And to be clear, a lot of the things I'm going to say aren't going to be intended explicitly towards a few people. And it's more so me responding to a problem I've been seeing forever in the space as a whole. But before I even go there, let me clarify some things. I am unequivocally a supporter of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation. And no, I do not think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even condemn Hamas.
Obviously.
And I've had this stance on decolonization for years.
I do not even condemn Hamas. This fucking guy, man. This guy's getting called IDF signifier. That's so fucking funny, man. What a fucking bunch of retards.
Pay attention. I don't know if this is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention. But a lot of y'all only... we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to occur. And
it's so fucking disgusting, man. Like, again, this is the same fucking shit for brains moron who had to get it explained to him by Noah and Bad Empanada that Israelis typically don't call people goy slaves or zog slaves. That's not typically like an Israeli term. If anything, they don't even use the term goy that much. Like, bro, this guy coming out here telling us that Hamas will one day be recognized as a liberation movement. Okay, dude. Fuck this. I'm not even this guy. This guy's getting attacked by he's getting attacked from his own left. He's getting attacked from his left by people who think he's too IDF friendly. Man. Okay. Isn't the IRA still seen as terrorist by most people? No one knows any details about any of these fucking movements. Like, Okay. Come on, let's get some... Get me out of that. No. We'll do James in a minute. I want to... Okay, let's find something I can actually sit through the entire thing, eh? Oh, I know. Attacked from the port side. Well done. Huh. A military guy, I see. Jenk went to talk about his UK ETA revocation with Jacob Rees-Mogg. Okay. Jacob Rees-Mogg, what happened to him? He was Brexiteer, looks like a fucking reanimated Victorian tadpole. Right-wing dickhead. What, Sep, he had a rift with the Conservative Party, didn't he? What happened? He lost his seat, didn't he, when the Tories lost 2024? I think he lost his seat, didn't he? What was he had a scandal, didn't he? What was his scandal? A haunted pencil. True. Is that it? He just lost his seat. I thought he had like an issue. I thought something weird went on there. Who knows?
There are growing concerns that free speech is coming under.
I will say, as much of a cunt he defended the Britain's use of concentration camps in the Second Boer War in South Africa. He defended that shit. He tried to say that, oh yeah, the life expectancy of those camps is about the same as in Glasgow, which is not true. It is true if you move the decimal place to the left, but otherwise, no, it was fucking miles off.
Increasing pressure in Britain after the Home Office.
It didn't even make sense because the government that oversaw the health crisis was also the same government that oversaw the concentration camps. It's so fucking stupid, yeah. But, you know.
And two controversial American commentators from entering the country. One of those individuals, Cenk Uygur, host of the left-wing online programme The Young Turks, had been expected to appear at the Oxford Union, of which I happen to be a trustee of the bit that owns its building, this week. But
he is a very good debater, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I remember him debating fucking James O'Brien about the technicalities of Brexit, and he so masterfully avoided like any accountability on any question, and just still made it look like he was going full on with it, arguing about fucking beef. It's the first time I ever heard like James O'Brien getting visibly frustrated. by his boss, Oxford Union debate tactics.
Had his electronic travel authorization revoked after the Home Office said his presence in Britain may not be conducive to the public good. Mr. Yuga is a fierce critic of Israel and has previously been accused of invoking anti-Semitic tropes, including claims about Israeli influence over American politics. It's also understood concerns were raised over remarks he made about the grooming gang scandal.
The gooning gangs.
So if there's a white gang of people who are raping people, arrest them. If there's a bunch of super powerful people who are raping American girls, arrest them. This is all super simple. But when we go to arrest anyone, demand to arrest anyone in the Epstein files, they go, oh, the Muslims, the raping, it's the Muslims, it's all the Muslims. Everybody hate the Muslims. Yeah. It's an obvious diversion. That's why we're bringing up Israel and the Epstein files, because in the midst of the biggest story that there has been maybe in my lifetime, all of a sudden, the grooming gangs pop back up.
There's no fucking way that had anything to do with his ETA.
The right-wing commentators were also prevented from entering the UK.
What the fuck even was that clip?
Ahead of Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom march. Is Britain becoming too willing to police controversial opinion? And if so, where should the line be drawn? Well, I'm delighted to say I am joined to discuss this by Cenk Uygur himself, the host of Young Turks. So why do you think you've been banned?
Why?
Okay, so first of all, I hope I don't upset the public order, because I'm sure that as soon as people hear me in the United Kingdom, mayhem will break out. That's according to the British government, which is hilarious and ridiculous. Second of all, I want to clarify on the grooming gangs that that portion of what the British government said is a flat out lie. If you kept rolling that tape, it is on tape and it is indisputable. I said the grooming gangs definitely exist, and they should definitely be prosecuted. So they just made that up, period. And probably
the Home Office hasn't said it was because of that comment, though, was it? Was this maybe like a campaign group that said it, or one of the press reportings of it? It wasn't the Home Office.
They got it from the Israeli lobby. The Israeli lobby exists in America and the UK, and then people claim they don't have any power, which is hilarious. This is super important. There is a massive difference between Jewish people and the government of Israel. It's true of every single country. There's a difference between the British people and the British government, the Turkish people and the Turkish government, right? So now when you say that about the Turkish government or the Saudi government, everybody agrees. When you say it about the Israeli government, they
whenever a British interviewer looks at you like this, you know you're about to get your fucking shit pushed in. You know you're about to face the most incisive delivery, the most incisive fucking pompous Oxbridge laser sharp smug incredulity fired at you. Oh no.
Weaponize charges of anti-Semitism in order to protect the government of Israel and the genocide they're committing. So I'm a fierce critic of Israel, but I never put it on Jewish people. In fact, I'm worried that Israel's defenders are using that in a callous way, and it endangers Jewish Americans and Jews in Britain and across the world, because they keep saying all Jews want this genocide. That's not true.
All right.
None of the Jewish people I know want this genocide.
Most of them are Zionists, and that would qualify, whatever. We've done that before.
Can feel like a taboo subject when in reality, it's a certainty for all of us. I'm Andrew Pierce, and I'm joined by Zach Sullivan, who's managing.
How long is this advert? Is it more than a minute? 2 minutes? Holy, it's 2 minutes. It's a 120-second advert. Fuck.
True that you always do.
GB News. Well done, GBBs. I feel like I'm watching terrestrial.
Okay, but is it strictly true that you always differentiate between the Israeli government and the Jewish people? I believe you said Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States.
What did he say? What was the exact quote? Did he say Israel or the Israeli government?
Controls the between the Israeli government and the Jewish people. I believe you said Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress. But those donations aren't from the Israeli government. They're from individual Jewish people living in the United States, as I understand.
There's some Christians as well, though.
American election law, governments aren't allowed to donate to political parties.
Do we know who mostly funds AIPAC? Who? Does most of AIPAC's funding come from Jews? Obviously, it would be disproportionate. I'm not sure if there's actually any... Is there data on that? You could see it being 50-50. It's definitely disproportionate. I don't know if it's majority, though.
So actually, you do sometimes conflate the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and that is prima facie anti-Semitic.
Prima facie?
You know you just made that up on tape, right? Like I said Israel.
No, I've got this quotation
hold on,
from
let me
you.
finish. You asked, you did a very serious charge, so let me answer it. I said Israel. You quoted me as saying Israel.
I did.
You said... hold on. Then
Israeli
you
government?
said no, but you meant Jewish people. Why?
Wait, what? So are American Jews and Christians who fund AIPAC are they Israel? Excuse me.
I didn't say that. You said that. Are you an anti-Semite? I'm worried
they're
you're an
Americans. They're red-blooded Americans.
Anti-Semite. Why did you say Jewish people? Jewish people don't actually support this current Netanyahu government. Did you know that 63%? Hold on. 63% of Jewish Americans,
which I read out correctly, is that Israel controls the American government through donations to 94% of Congress.
Period.
Jewish people donate to congressmen.
Nothing to do with
the Israeli government does not. So you have conflated. You've said Israel controls. You're meaning Jewish people control. You know that perfectly well.
You're putting words in my mouth. You're literally, and people can see it with their own eyes and hear it with their own ears.
Tell me,
words in my mouth. You want me to explain what actually happens in America?
On what legal basis does the Israeli government donate to 94% of American congressmen?
No, the Israeli lobby. Now, the Israeli lobby is made up of Americans, but
they're not Israeli then.
It is not made up of purely Jewish Americans. I don't know why you want to be anti-Semitic like that.
Ooh.
There are more Christian Zionists in America than Jewish Zionists. And they are part of the Israeli
proportionality, bro. Proportionally? Proportionally?
lobby
but that's
that
not
says
what you
give
said.
endless money to Israel. So please stop smearing
That's not
Jews
what
like
you
that.
said.
Oh.
You said Israel
I
controls.
said Israel.
So you're implying
yes,
the government
lobby.
of Israel.
Okay. Now you want to do nitpicking, and if I say Turkey, and you say,
when I say Israel, I mean Americans who support Israel. God, he is so fucking stupid, man. We're really seeing the clash of civilizations here with America and fucking Britain. Oh, God. At least our fucking retards have like an IQ higher than their shoe size. Jesus.
No, that's Turkey and not the Turkish lobby.
Because
you wouldn't
really
do that
important.
In that case. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to smear me? It's weird.
I'm not trying to
telling you that a foreign government and their supporters are doing this, and
so
you can't dispute it.
You are saying Israel controls the American government through donations to Congress, but those donations are not given by the Israeli government because that would not be legal under American political financing laws, as you know.
Okay, brother, you want to play word games? If I said the Saudis control America, but in reality I meant the Saudi lobby, and you want to nitpick over that, no problem. But I have criticized
the Saudi, the Saudi isn't, well, Saudi as a government also donates quite a lot to American causes, but okay. Actually, I wonder. Isn't there, what is that fucking website that tells you about different funding amounts from countries? But it would be FARA if it was the Saudi government. Yeah, they own Tucker. Shit.
Besides the Saudi government, the Russian government, Chinese, British, American, and Israeli government. The only time I got banned was when I criticized apparently your new king, which is Israel. So tell me why I didn't get banned over criticizing those other countries, including Britain. How come I didn't get banned over that? How come Israel's
how about like Tommy Robinson and those guys and all Tommy's friends? 11 of Tommy's friends. Which were they criticizing Israel?
Only country you're not allowed to criticize in Britain. You should know that you're ruled.
You can criticize any government you like, But what clearly you were saying in this quotation was conflating Israel with the Jewish people.
You're literally putting words in my mouth.
You get very sensitive
you are lying
about
me
because this is
and you're
clearly
lying on
what you're
tape.
doing.
It's amazing.
I'm not lying for a moment. I'm reading out your
it's
own
about
words,
the Israeli
for
lobby.
which you have been
I don't know
unable
why
to
you're
give
such
any
an anti-Semite.
explanation.
You owe your viewers an explanation for being an anti-Semite.
I'm saying my viewers know me better than that. So
okay, I don't know why you're so deeply anti-Semitic. I'm saying the Israeli lobby that has Christians and Jews in it, and maybe other people. And you're saying, no, you're blaming the Jews. You have to blame the Jews for Israel. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I have Jewish family. I have Jewish friends. I have Jewish co-founders of the Young Turks. They're all for peace. They're against this war. They're against this genocide. But you keep wanting to hide behind them to protect a government doing genocidal actions that we're being forced to pay for. Why do you want to defend genocidal monsters and then smear Jewish people as all being in favor of it? Why are you being so anti-Semitic?
Why are you anti-Semitic?
You have a history of not phrasing yourself very carefully and then apologizing for it. So you apologize
I'm not
for things you
apologizing
said.
for it. You should apologize for trying to smear me right now and putting words in my mouth.
You've apologized for denying the Armenian genocide. You've apologized for some of the things you said about touching women up when you were young and drunk.
No,
you have a history of apologizing for things.
I didn't apologize for that.
Understand
again, you're lying.
But we need to look at these things carefully. But what I'd like to know is if the country would let you in.
Oh, God, he should have said he's apologized for all the N-words. Damn.
Does she want to come to England?
I love England. I love the British people. And guess what?
It's a shame they're getting controlled by Israel, eh?
The British people, the great majority of them, agree with me. They don't agree that you should all bow down to Israel, that you should finance their genocide and their wars. They don't agree that you should finance the slaughter of 23,000
Palestinians. Triggered the fuck.
Palestinian children. They don't agree with this war. This war is a disaster. I love the British people. I wish the British government would represent the British people.
Do you regret the attacks on the 7th of October 2023?
Dang.
So I've said from day one that October 7th was wrong. I'm against killing civilians. I'm against terrorism. Do you condemn Israel killing 100 times the civilians that Hamas did? And at a worse civilian
100,000 civilians, okay.
Kill ratio than Hamas.
Damn, the kill ratio, let's go.
Worse than any terrorist group in the world. 83% according to the...
It would be like 800, no wait, 100 times 8,000. No, 80,000. Jesus Christ.
IDF's own numbers. Do you condemn Israel for being 100 times the terrorist Hamas is?
I think Israel has right to self-defense, but I also think you should be allowed into the country
so the
to put your case.
Palestinians have no self-defense.
However much I disagree
but the Israelis are allowed to slaughter.
You're not speaking the Oxford Union. Well, we've got to go. Thank you very much for joining me.
What a fucking clown show. Jesus. Politics, man. Arch Victorian Brexiteer. He defends Britain's concentration camps in 1905 versus fucking Jank. Let's go. What an absolute state. Are we going to do this US election shit soon then? Potentially. Let's see. What is this? Ryan Macbeth. What's he been yapping about? Actually, I don't think I want to know. No, they had wait, is it? Oh yeah, it's Wednesday. They had PMQs over the stabbing yesterday. Was it a stabbing? I think it was a stabbing. Yeah, it was a stabbing. Hang on, we're gonna slop out a bit first. The elections in California are too close to call. I'm aware. Don't worry. I need to catch up on that shit. What the fuck? Forgot about this. Happy Pride Month, Charlie. Where the fuck is there a Charlie Kirkway? You ever thought about being on Jubilee? Yeah, I think about it all the time. I'm thinking about it right now. Oh. Okay, I'm finished thinking about it. Oh dear. Activism. That's good. That's good nonviolence, isn't it? Must be AI. No. I don't think so. I thought, is there not actually like a... Isn't there actually a Charlie Kirk way? You'd think there might be in some red state. I don't know. They did go kind of fucking nutty over Charlie Kirk, didn't they? What is this? Why are you giving me this fucking... Thanks for this incredible file. What? Why can't I fucking hear him? Jesus. Why is my throat so fucking cooked recently? Vosh, this is it. Tallarico versus the pedo lover. Okay. What are we saying here? It's at 26 minutes and 56.
Right now, it seems like Ken Paxton is running a 100% culture war grift campaign.
And take back our state.
Well, I sure hope he wins. You imagine how bad it's going to feel if Tallarico loses? I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be happy. I think he has good messaging. Tallarico? Oh, for sure. 100%. I'm not so sure about the elections, man. Why not? Oh, these are farmers. These aren't even people. I don't care about the political opinions of farmers.
True!
You think Tallarico sounds good? Should he be angry? I think he sounds all right. I think he has to go hard against Paxton.
I've been dry on based Vosh takes for a while. Thank God we got one. We were in a fucking desert of based Vosh takes. We finally found one. Fuck farmers.
Fate has lined him up with an opponent deserving of the worst possible treatment, and he has to meet that call. Mentioned to all Texans, Progressive Victory could use their help to canvass for Tallarico. Oh yeah, buddy. If you want Tallarico to win, and this could potentially be a razor-close race, depending on how much, you know, Greg Abbott puts his thumb on the scale, you motherfuckers need to be getting involved, okay?
You're saying that Vosh just hates farmers because he's jealous of their access to horses? Potentially. That is a thought. I suppose the why you have an opinion matters. Don't say that, though. I'd like to think he hates them for based reasons. Tallarico, is he... I don't know, American fucking stuff. Is this in California? I think the California one is the one that's too close to call, right? It could take weeks to get all the results because it's a big old state, massive, like you've never seen. Let's see. Tallarico's Texas. Senate Democrat nominee. Okay, Senate. Well, did their vote happen already? Was that yesterday's or? Or did it already happen? What's going on? Farmers. Fucking farmers, bro. His greatest soldier put in the word. Wait, what? He announced his candidacy for Senate, defeated Crockett in the primary. He faces, Wednesday faced Ken Paxton. Oh, he defeated Crockett, I see. Styler. Do you mean Steyer? Tom Steyer? Is that what you're talking about? I'm gonna need to ask Hutch. I don't keep up with this stuff. Hutch is the guy who knows the polls and all the numbers, right? He's the numbers results wanker. I'll ask him, okay? We'll get to that. Fucking farmers, man. Disgusting. Reptiles. What do we have? Ask IRI. I don't think IRI is on right now, is he? I mean, this is what they're saying about key signs. Okay, come on,
we'll
CNN.
look out to California if we can here and switch
give us your guy. Give us
to
your polling
the
guy.
governor's race there, which receives so much attention.
Yeah.
And right now, again, Steve Hilton, who is the Republican, in the lead. Javier Becerra.
When was the last time you talked to Vosh? The video's on my channel. It would have been just after October 7th.
In second time.
Wrong clip. Oh my God.
Shortage of oil, and Iran is not weak. In fact, they're actually less weak than ever. We'll talk about it in a bit, but it seems like they're, pardon me for being a bit of an IRGC hardliner, their weak-ass president is getting ousted. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Violation on one.
What, Vosh is anti-Pezeshkian? What does he mean they're stronger than, like, in a negotiating stance, you could say that, but like in any like conventional sense, they're kind of fucked, right? Their entire military is like pretty wrecked. But the problem is that fucking Strait of Hormuz is like, yeah, they just need a couple of fucking, they just need a couple of like guerrilla fighters, a bunch of bushwhackers with drones, and then they're fine. Like they can just solidify that hold forever. Until every last bushwhacker is bushwhacked.
Tom Steyer in third. The key, of course, in California, it's the top two people in this election, in this primary election that advanced to November. The other key here is that only 56% or 58% counted. There's a chance.
Damn, this Tom guy's fucked. What happened to him?
Tom Steyer leaps one or both, I suppose, of these people here. But what is this on its face?
Well done, Spider. What the fuck?
Tell you.
Well, what it tells me, it is unlikely that Steve Hilton will grow in terms of his percentage once these additional votes come in, because Democrats, there was a flood of Democratic voting late, a lot of ambivalence about the choice among Democrats. And
Vosh is against the Iranian moderates. Yeah, why would he, he doesn't like Pezeshkian. That's fucking weird. Didn't even think much about that.
It broke late, and those are the ballots that will be counted last. In California, if your ballot arrives within a week, they can be counted. So you can expect the Democrats to gain from that and Hilton to lose. So one thing that isn't going to happen, that was a fear, was that among Democrats, was that there'd be two Republicans. When Trump endorsed Steve Hilton, I think he ended that question. But a Trump endorsement in a primary comes with a little bit of a risk in a general election in a state like California, which is overwhelmingly Democratic. And so I think it's likely that he will be paired with a Democrat. It's very likely that Democrat will win. But there's some, Tom Steyer's a billionaire who spent almost $250 million on the race. It helps. He was flaying billionaires, but it helps to flay billionaires. When you're a billionaire, you can pay for all those ads to flay billionaires.
Whatever happens, he's going to be okay after this election.
Yeah, I think so.
Just very quickly, give this a second to load here. We can see where the results are right now in the mayor's race in Los Angeles. You can see Karen Bass ahead. We project she will move on to this runoff in November. Who comes in second is still TBD. Now, Spencer Pratt is a Republican here. Neitha Rahman is a Democrat here. To a certain extent, what do you think Karen Bass wants more? Would you rather face the Republican Spencer Pratt, or would you rather face a progressive Democrat?
Well, look, I think she's well positioned here because she is sort of a center left, and she can go both ways. But Pratt, I think, would be her preferred candidate. I think this was the best possible result for her because LA is an overwhelmingly Democratic town. Pratt has gotten a lot of attention as a kind of...
Wait, when they say governor primary, what's happening to Newsom? Isn't Newsom the governor? What's going on? Too early to call. Oh, he's unable to run due to term limits. Damn. What a Nazi. A huge field of contenders jumped in. So these are both Dems, but if it's two Dems, does that mean there's a risk of them splitting the vote and Steve Hilton gets it? Is that what happens? Or what? Or is it like a round thing? I don't think they don't usually do rounds in the US, do they?
Human expression of rage, and there's a lot of anger in LA about homelessness, about the way the fires were handled. He's not exactly a font of solutions. He's a former reality show bad guy, and I think. I don't think time necessarily is going to be helpful to him. So I think if she's rooting for a candidate, she's probably rooting for him to survive.
It is interesting, though, even though more people voted against an incumbent mayor. That's not something you like to see as an incumbent, but still, this may be the order she is most happy about. David Axelrod, great to see you this morning.
Always good to see you, John.
Take me to California now. They're still counting, so a lot of unknowns at this hour and for likely weeks to come. What's your big take on this so far, and what you think the message could be coming out of this one?
Give us your take, bud.
Well, it
Look
seems
at this hair. It's incredible. It's like a fez.
Voters are frustrated, right? Voters are frustrated with the overall economy, with the situation as well in California. And, you know, the whole primary setup of this is interesting. You're seeing that particularly on the Democratic side, that voters were being strategic. They weren't rushing to vote. And you're likely going to have more mail-in ballots that are counted now in the days, weeks to come. And
but there is this Republican guy down here. Okay.
That brings up is potentially the dynamic of a red mirage.
Well, still, the combined blue vote, whatever. It's too close
you have
to call.
the Republican there that you just saw. Steve
let's
Hope
not get speculative.
Here, you know, in this race. However, as those mail-in ballots are counted, many from Democratic voters.
Is it normal that Republicans come this close to winning the governor in California? Is that normal? Is it normal that they're this close? And I thought it would just be like a complete fucking blue smite.
Are you going to see that be eclipsed? That's something to watch there on the red mirage. And then in the mayoral race, it's been fascinating, right? You had an incumbent facing significant pushback, not only a challenge from, yes, this is a nonpartisan race, but not only a challenge from someone thought to be a Republican, but also a challenge on the progressive side. Also, just fascinating in this race, we're seeing the rise of AI ads as well in our political system. Obviously, when it came to the Republican candidate in the mayoral race, or the candidate thought to be Republican in the mayoral race, those artificial intelligence ads definitely made a splash.
Yeah, he's definitely talked about his Republican tendencies, so we can definitely put it into the R category. It's great to see you, Zolan. Thank you so much.
I need a bathroom break. Be right back.
You got this. David, shut up. No. Someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was.
I need my sundown. I need my Sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus,
that's
clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Arab?
That's yourself.
No,
you racist. Whoa, Alfie, you're so fucking racist.
It broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely.
So it is because he's Arab.
Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an Arab with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war, there'll be World War III, and a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. Every time I play that thing, you guys are screaming for Sundowner back. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry the guy pursuing his career, whatever. All right, we're going to bounce around a little bit. I'm probably going to see if Hutch wants to yap about what's happening in these states right now because I have not kept up. Let's see.
Vosh is kinda right. I think Iran is in the best strategic position they've ever been in.
Yeah.
They have leverages over Trump, and thus over Bibi, that they could only have dreamt of before the war.
Why are you rioting? Because I'm fucking mad at the price of
The
X.
United States and Iran have exchanged fire as hopes for a ceasefire are strained further. In the past few minutes, Iran's foreign ministry has condemned US attacks on Iranian tanker and Qasem Island. The US military described them as self-defense strikes, shooting down ballistic missiles and drones fired at ships and Gulf countries. US Central Command said the strikes on Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz were in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East. Earlier, the US fired a missile at a ship it says was violating an American blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, disabling the boat. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard said it had targeted US bases in the region in retaliation, including Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. Well, sirens sounded across Kuwait City as the military's air defences intercepted the missile and drone attacks. Kuwaiti officials say Iran has carried out a drone strike on a passenger terminal at Kuwait International Airport, and in the past few minutes, the ministry there says one person has been killed. Well, our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem with all the latest.
Kuwait has been repeatedly targeted by Iran since the start of the Iran war, and even during the ceasefire.
They extra hate Kuwait because Kuwait's quite friendly with fucking United States. Kuwait and Dubai, Kuwait and the Emirates seems to be their main target.
It's a major US ally in this region, and it has got two US air bases there. Iran says that these have been used to carry out attacks on its territory. But what we've heard from the Kuwaitis in the past few hours is that a passenger terminal was targeted by Iran at its main international airport, that there is serious damage there. A number of individuals were injured and flights have now been suspended. And this is coming only a couple of days after the airport reopened, because it had previously closed due to damage it sustained at the height of hostilities during the Iran war. Now, in the background here, the exact sequence of events isn't really clear, but this exchange of fire between the US and Iran seems to have started with the US firing at this ship that was empty, trying to head into Iranian ports and disabling that vessel. At the same time, the Americans, the Central Command, is saying that it is also attacked drones in the area that were threatening civilian shipping. It's not given much detail on that, and it has confirmed that it carried out a strike on Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that that was a ground control station there. Now, in retaliation, Iran has been launching these attacks on both Kuwait and Bahrain, the home of the US Naval Fifth Fleet. An earlier statement by the Americans suggested that Iranian missiles and drones had been intercepted or had fallen in open areas without causing serious damage.
That was Yolande Nell in Jerusalem. In Lebanon, state media has reported an Israeli strike near Beirut. That is despite President Trump claiming an agreement had been reached that Israeli forces would not bomb the Lebanese capital in exchange for Hezbollah not attacking Israel. Elsewhere in southern Lebanon, a medical source has told AFP that 6 people have been killed in Israeli strikes near Tyre. And these are the latest pictures from southern Lebanon of the latest Israeli strikes. It all comes as talks are being held between Lebanese and Israeli officials in Washington without Hezbollah. Well, Paula Yakubian is an independent member of the Lebanese parliament, and speaking to us from Beirut, she said that whilst the capital might be experiencing some respite from Israeli strikes for now, that's not the case elsewhere in the country.
Well, the ceasefire is only holding up in Beirut. There is no ceasefire in the south, just like you mentioned.
Is this a big deal? Well, given the fact that Trump desperately wants this Israeli operation to halt so that he can get his deal secured with Iran, so that he doesn't go into the midterms looking like a complete fucking buffoon who has dragged America into the biggest strategic quagmire and the biggest strategic failure in the last fucking 100 years of U.S. Foreign policy. So it's quite a big deal. And it's also a big deal the fact that Israel is still pounding Lebanon harder than they ever have since the 80s and generating a massive humanitarian disaster as they do it.
airstrikes
And it's not a massive deal, you know, it's only news.
Still happening all the time, killing, shelling, and issuing also evacuation warnings. It's ongoing. Now the new formula looks like northern Israel against Beirut, or the Beirut southern suburb, the Dahieh. So till now, things are holding up. And I think this ceasefire this time was imposed by the US after the famous, interesting call between President Trump and Netanyahu. Obviously, it was imposed on Netanyahu, so it's very fragile.
We know that ceasefire discussions are taking place in Washington. How much involvement does the Lebanese government have, and how possible is it to come to any ceasefire agreement when Hezbollah isn't involved?
Well, it's led by the Lebanese government, and it was a clear statement from Beirut that we negotiate for ourselves, and Hezbollah does not negotiate on behalf of Lebanon or Iran.
It's crazy for it to be this quiet where I'm living when all this is going on. Yeah, well, Iran's got bigger fish to fry, buddy. They got Kuwait. They've got Kuwaiti airport to take care of. Fuck you guys.
Let's say Iran cannot negotiate on behalf of Lebanon. Well, everyone knows by now that Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran, and now it's widely known that the Lebanese front is definitely part of the broader deal and the broader conflict. Even the escalation today in the Gulf against Kuwait, some are analyzing that this might be linked to what's still happening in southern Lebanon. Let me be clear here. It's not that Iran really cares if Lebanon is destroyed or not, but Iran cares about its reputation. For months and months, Lebanese were repeating that Iran gave up on Lebanon and that Lebanon is only a battlefield, and then they forgot about Hezbollah and its leadership a year ago when they were all killed. Iran didn't do anything, no reaction from Iran. So Iran.
Are there a lot of French speakers in Lebanon? Oh yeah. Yeah, many.
Entered this war when it was bombed by the Americans and the Israelis. Before that, Lebanon was totally forgotten, only lip service, nothing else. So this time, things that are happening in Lebanon are definitely linked to what's happening in the Gulf, in the broader conflict between the US and Iran. And the negotiations in Washington, D.C. are definitely tied to that. However...
What do you think the U.S. should have done to prevent Iran getting a nuclear weapon? They could have used the JCPOA to push for more, and if they couldn't get more from negotiating, then they would have had to just do a 12-day war every 12 months. There's not really much else to it. Just be like, listen, you keep fucking around, we're going to 12-day war you. We're going to B2 you, we're going to mop you. And they're like, okay, well, we'll fuck around. Then they fuck around, and then they get mopped, reset, rinse and repeat. I think that's the best you can do.
It's a different path that the Lebanese government is leading.
As you know, Israel, for them, the key point is Hezbollah's disarmament. Is that something that the Lebanese state can have any influence over?
The Lebanese state already declared the military wing of Hezbollah as out of law. And this is a big decision that was taken by this government. This is the most important card, but Hezbollah is giving this card to Iran and not to Lebanese negotiators or the Lebanese state. So once again, the clear alliance or the clear ties between Iran and Hezbollah are more and more than ever not taking into consideration the Lebanese interest. I wish this card was with the hand of the Lebanese negotiator. We would have, as Lebanese, a much more powerful position and more leverage in these difficult negotiations.
And that was Paula Yacoubian, who is an independent member of the Lebanese parliament.
Paula what? Holy shit. This is BBC discussing why Hassan Piker was banned for 26 minutes. How would they have 26 minutes to talk about this? It seems like it's all very speculative. Anyway. Let me see. Let's look at what happened in the UK very quickly, because we're about to see just some of the most disgusting political opportunism over this stabbing.
For black communities, what I would say is that we're often over-policed and underserved.
What we want at the end is to have a system that is blind to people's backgrounds in different ways.
The National Police Chiefs Council has said that they will look into policing's anti-racism commitment document because they say that there might be something to look at.
So let's watch this first. This is more important.
Sir Keir Starmer has condemned protesters' attacks on police in Southampton as completely unacceptable. Violent protests broke out on Tuesday over how police responded to the murder of teenager Henry Novak. Hampshire Police said 11 officers and 1 police dog were injured after violent clashes between its officers and protesters near where Henry was stabbed to death. 2 people were arrested at the protests. Police say more arrests may follow. This comes after police body cam footage was released showing Henry Novak being handcuffed and arrested as he lay dying after being stabbed, despite telling officers he couldn't breathe. Our correspondent Mairead Smith now reports, and a warning, this piece does contain distressing body cam footage which shows Henry...
Yeah, so he was actually murdered a while ago, wasn't it? It was just because the body cam footage got released and it kind of showed the police behaving pretty fucking poorly. The guy had been stabbed, but the person who stabbed him accused him of racially attacking him. And so the cops went over and handcuffed the guy while he was dying.
Minutes before he died.
Clashes.
This guy's fucking everywhere, this Peaky Blinder dude. The guy was a Sikh as well. You don't see that. You don't see that every day in the UK, a Sikh murdering someone.
Southampton last night, where hundreds of people gathered to protest close to the family home of Vikram Digwa, the man who killed the 18-year-old student Henry Novak. Condemned today by the Minister for Policing and Crime.
Some of the behaviour was unacceptable. What I would urge people to do is to allow justice to take its course, to not allow this horrific, tragic case to lead to more hate and division.
Crowds made their feelings clear, throwing bottles and using makeshift weapons. As a result, 11 officers were injured. All of this despite the Novak family's wish that his death would not cause any further violence.
Bro, what the fuck? Are you serious? We're going to listen to the family of the victim? Excuse me, Rule Britannia, let's go. It's always in the hot weather, man. These guys, there's a tiny bit of sun. We get a bump above 20 degrees Celsius, and then everyone just comes out and goes fucking mental. It's so stupid.
Story to make our streets safer for everyone. That is why we are calling on the government to treat knife crime as the national emergency that it is.
The protest followed an earlier large gathering outside Southampton Police Station, attended by
Do these people even know what a Sikh is? Well, some of the more determined ones definitely know, because Tommy Robinson would famously glaze Sikhs as model minorities. He would always have this talking point, which was that, no, we're not racist, we're not anti-immigrant, it's all just Muslims, right? Like, he'll say Hindus have integrated, Jews have integrated, Sikhs have integrated, but we just don't like, it's just the Muslims, right? So, and he would talk about Sikhs, and he would actually cooperate with Sikh groups, and because to show that he was really not racist and that they're like a model minority group. The problem is that Tommy Robinson, the Sikh group that he hung out with were fundamentalists. They were extremist youth Sikhs, right? They were people who, one, fucking hate Muslims. They were just as bigoted against Muslims as he is. And two, they are also within their faith very problematic as well, because they oppose interfaith marriages. And they oppose them so aggressively that if there is one and they know about it, that if Sikhs, especially in London, if they want to get married to someone who's not Sikh, then they have to go through precautions. They have to keep their weddings like low key, because if they are known about, these guys might turn up with swords to try and stop it. Yeah, because Sikhs have the sectarian opposition with Muslims, yeah. A lot of history between those two groups.
Right activist Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon.
Docs!
What's your name, mate? Huh?
It comes after the release of this police body cam footage that showed the moments before Henry Novak died. The shocking footage shows police handcuff the 18-year-old after his killer, Vikram Digwa, lied about being the victim of a racist attack. Despite repeatedly telling officers he had been stabbed and telling them he couldn't breathe 9 times, officers told Henry he was under arrest. Moments later, he died.
At the moment, you are under arrest.
It's posed difficult questions for Hampshire police. In a statement, Chief Constable Alexis Boone said, "I know."
So it doesn't look like that. It looks like they're not like roughing him up or like they've handcuffed him, but they don't even take a second to ask where he's been stabbed, and they can check. That's fucking crazy.
That since the release of the body-worn video footage from the night of Henry Novak's murder, there is a desire for answers and accountability, but that must be done in the right way and not used as an excuse to threaten and intimidate my officers and bring violence to our streets, causing fear and harm. The National Police Chiefs Council said it will review anti-racism guidance. The guidance, which was issued last year, suggested officers should treat ethnic minorities differently.
So where is the full footage? Is it like, I'm guessing if you can't see that he's been stabbed, you surely wouldn't just show on the body cam. It'll be on fucking Hex, won't it? It's 3 minutes long. The Telegraph shows it as well. I know I'm not going to look at fucking Europa.com. Suella Braverman. Okay, whatever. It's all the same video.
My dad's holding it now. Alright. He keeps dropping side to side, so I'm just trying to keep him set up.
Alright.
He's got a mouthful of blood, I don't want him.
He was on the bin on the other side of this gate.
He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that. And he's
Right.
up
Move
here.
away, mate.
He's obviously he's fallen
Right.
from there and he's slipped from there.
There's other shoes left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me.
He's grabbed my brother, he's took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you
like
injured?
that. Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruises.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me.
That's the guy who stabbed him.
Flag these down.
Got this stud.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we?
I was in bed asleep. Whenever we just find out they look, someone's attacked.
I can't breathe.
Grab his other arm.
The victim was in their yeah, he's in their driveway. How did he get to their driveway? Do we know? Like, well, we must know the whole background. Someone said he has a mouthful of blood. Yeah, I heard that, yeah. So I guess they think he's been punched in the face, like when he sees you?
Got this stud.
Right, let's get you out of
Oh, there it is. I've been stabbed.
shall we?
Yeah.
I was in bed asleep. Whenever we just find out they look, someone's attacked.
I can't
Yeah,
breathe.
Grab his other arm.
He's saying it multiple, but yeah, you can't see it, can you?
So I've just come running, we only live
Blood
on
blitz.
St. Denny's Road. Come running around the corner.
What's happened to you, alright?
Been stabbed.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
He passes out. He collapses when he asks where. He's got a lot of blood on his.
I can't breathe.
Put the hand in the cuff, mate.
Yeah.
This is like
can't
the
breathe.
times this has happened to us. You've been walking, you parked literally there.
So now he's cuffed, okay? Like if you think he's lying, he's cuffed. You can check him now, right?
Multiple times we've had people racist
90
attacks,
foot.
nothing happened.
Was this like a self-defense incident? I don't actually know. I don't know. Let me check. It'd be easy to find out. They'll know. They think he's drunk or something the way he's talking, but like. He was a student. He's only 18, man, this guy. The guy who died. Let me see. Digwa had carried out a gruesome knife attack on Mr. Nowak, which included 2 stab wounds to the back of his legs and a fatal wound to his heart using a ceremonial knife. The 21-year-old carried as part of his Sikh religion. Moments before unleashing the violence, Digwa told Mr. Nowak, "I am a bad man." At Southampton Crown Court, where Digwa was jailed for life to serve a minimum of 21 years after being found guilty for murdering the finance student, Judge William Musley, KC, said, "You have brought shame upon your family, your community, and your religion." The case has stirred up racial tension, and outside the court, Mr. Nowak's father, Mark Nowak, called on the government to treat knife crime as a national emergency. Asked for the death not to be used to create further division. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood on Tuesday warned that misinformation and inflammatory commentary is making a dreadful situation even worse, as anger over the case was stoked further by Nigel Farage, who urged the public to respond with pure cold rage. Disgusting clown spiv monster Russian simp fuck. Okay. Violent clashes between protesters and police broke out on Tuesday evening. Obviously, Mr. Tommy Lawrence Fox, absolute fucking failure of a human being, £40,000 a year for his education. Still manages to be a failed actor and failed musician. Well done, buddy. Well done. What happened in the case? He was walking home from a night out with his football team when he met Digwa in Belmont Road in Southampton on 3rd of December last year. The student was sending Snapchat videos to his friends when, the court heard, he encountered Digwa carrying a large knife in a sheath openly, so he's walking home. He's walking past the house. Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. I've been stabbed, I can't breathe. You've been stabbed, whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate. He says he's been stabbed, let's just check him. Appears to briefly lift his shirt around the belt area. Where do you think he's been stabbed? In the face, to which a male voice replied, he hasn't been stabbed. He's going to be sick, I think. How do you get stabbed in the back of the legs in self-defense? Well, obviously he doesn't say that until later, right? This guy's he's a murderer, so he's gonna say whatever the fuck. Read the judge's justification. Well, I guess that'll be, wait, where is that? Is that here? What have the police said? Senior police officer apologized on behalf of his officers who handcuffed Mr. Nowak. The actions of the officers are now under investigation by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. Temporary Deputy Chief Constable Robert France said his officers were lied to and would have been unaware of Mr. Nowak's injury, which he said would not have been obvious, and apologized on behalf of the force. Tragic case, so that sounds like they're sweeping a bit. I'm sorry that Henry couldn't have been saved. I'm sorry that he was handcuffed and arrested the moment before he lost consciousness. It's quite clear that the officers didn't understand what happened immediately, and that is some of the context I would ask people to understand. There had been a delay from those who chose eventually to call them. Judge's sentencing remarks. Okay. There were lies from Henry's killer in that 999 call, further lies from his killer as officers arrived on the scene, despite Henry telling officers he had been stabbed. Oh, so, the killer called the cops. Ah. Okay. Damn. That is a very cold-blooded killing. Apparently there are different kinds of knives that Sikhs can carry. The one that he was carrying wasn't actually a legal one. It was an illegal weapon. Oh no, wait, it's but you are allowed to carry a kirpan, but you just can't use it as a weapon. Okay. Where are the sentencing remarks? Judge Henry Nowak. All right. This. 10 pages. You want me to read all this? Okay. Stand up, please. Henry Nowak, aged 18, died on the 3rd of December 2025. He was a much-loved, kind, hard-working and ambitious young man devoted to his family and with a bright future. He was a first-year student at Southampton University, the first in his family to go to university. He was careful and principled, full of humour, warmth and promise. You, Vikram Digwa, murdered him. By doing so, you robbed him of all those he loved and all the things he cared about and liked to do. He would have been expected to live a long, hopefully happy and fulfilling life. You have brought misery and a lifetime of loss upon his family and great sadness to everyone who knew him. You are 23. In December 2025, you were 22 and had no previous convictions. You may sit down for now. Mark Nowak, Henry's father, has described the devastating and lifelong impact of Henry's death on him and the whole family, speaks of the horror of losing his son in such violent circumstances, the trauma of identifying his body, and the lasting torment of imagining Henry's final moments. He describes overwhelming grief. Apparently the weapon that was used was banned anyway. Legendary Melon, you fucking idiot. Chill, Jesus. He describes overwhelming grief, guilt, helplessness, and the pain of seeing Henry's mother, siblings, and wider family broken by the loss. Mr. Nowak says the family has effectively been given a life sentence. With the pain affecting every aspect of their lives and every significant family occasion, nothing will ever fill the permanent void left by Henry's death. Lucy Ross, Henry's mother, has described the profound and enduring impact of the death upon the whole family. She recalls the devastating moment she was told of his death and the anguish of having to tell Henry's elderly grandparents. She describes the continuing grief suffered by the family. Okay. Sister of Henry, grief. Okay. Stepfather, impact. Okay. Okay. This is the summary here. Okay. Not long after 11 p.m., on the 3rd of December 2025, Henry Nowak was walking back to his university accommodation in Portswood, Southampton after an evening out. His route took him north along Belmont Road and he was approaching a junction with St. Denis Road where you lived with your family. Henry was not drunk but may have been affected a little by the small amount of alcohol he had consumed over the previous few hours. He was not a regular drinker and did not generally drink to excess. His blood alcohol level at the time of his death was below the legal limit for driving. He was alone and unarmed. You happened to be walking along Belmont Road on the same pavement. It was to be a chance meeting. You were sober but were carrying a large Sikh dagger in a sheath attached to a belt over the outside of your clothing. It is a strict requirement of the Sikh faith to have a knife called a kirpan at all times. Generally, this would be a small knife hidden from view, often on a length of cord and worn around the neck. You had that, but in addition, a larger dagger in a sheath. You are a member of an order of Sikhs called the Nihang, who have a tradition of having a second knife or kirpan, and that is often fully visible, believing that the Guru will look favourably on that. You observe that tradition in your everyday life, at work and in public. However, it was not a strict requirement. That is borne out by the fact that neither your brother nor father who arrived on the scene after you had stabbed Henry were so dressed. According to Professor Gurnam Singh, Professor of Sociology and an expert in the field, over the last 30 years there has been a trend towards younger people wearing a kirpan with pride, in a desire to express the cultural identity. They see it as an act of resistance to being denied the ability to otherwise display their identity. The privilege extended to practicing Sikhs of being allowed to be in public with a bladed article, and particularly in respect to the large dagger, a highly dangerous weapon, easily accessible to the wearer, brings with it huge responsibility. It is a fundamental principle of Sikhism that any kirpan is worn as a symbol of religious faith and is never to be carried for an offensive purpose. The legal approach of the carrying of such a knife, as long as the blade length does not exceed 9 inches, is that an offence of having a bladed article in a public space will not be prosecuted. There has been an acceptance that its possession in those circumstances can amount to a good religious and therefore legal reason for having it. The blade of the knife will not be on display, either it is under clothing or alternatively in a sheath. For both, it is a religious and consequently legal requirement that a kirpan should only be used offensively as a last resort, which would include its use in legal self-defense. In other words, only if use is necessary and, if so, reasonable in the circumstances. It is obvious that for use to be reasonable, any perceived threat justifying its use would only be in circumstances of great seriousness and urgency. In Belmont Road, you and Henry passed each other. You claimed he deliberately barged into you. I am sure that was one of the many lies you have told and repeated since it happened. However, there was an interaction between you and both. Henry perhaps cheekily made a comment asking if you were a bad man. He was filming you on his phone when he said it. The tone of his voice was not aggressive or threatening, as it turned out, a tragic error of judgment. It is a reasonable conclusion that the comment was because he had seen a large sheathed dagger. That would have been a very unusual thing for an 18-year-old student and a non-Sikh to see. You moved towards him and confidently told him that you were a bad man. This was the response, I believe, of someone who thought they were being disrespected, made worse by the perceived intrusion of being filmed. You were not frightened or concerned and grabbed his phone, removing it from him. The exact events which immediately followed were only witnessed by Henry and you. However, it would not be unreasonable to conclude that Henry would have wanted his phone back, believing it had been stolen from him or that he had been robbed. This may have led to a physical struggle between you and him. In that situation, there was every need for self-restraint and control on your part. As someone who was born and raised in the UK, that should have been your focus rather than any distorted view of your religious traditions. Strong words, even a verbal threat, might have been justified, but no more. It would also seem that your turban may have been knocked, pulled, or potentially punched off your head. The wearing of a turban at all times is another fundamental religious requirement of being a male Sikh. The removal of it by another would be considered a serious act and a further mark of disrespect. It is a reasonable conclusion that this would only have added to your anger. You drew the dagger from its sheath, and as the jury was sure, you deliberately stabbed Henry in the chest with it. The knife stabbed through several layers of clothing, as demonstrated by the multiple slits in his dark top where the material had been overlaid on itself in the struggle, and the single slit in his shirt. It passed upwards through soft tissue, between the two uppermost ribs, catching a lung and cutting an important vein behind the collarbone. This was to a depth of 8 centimeters from the skin surface. That's why he said he couldn't breathe, right? Because he was stabbing the lung. Okay. The consequent bleeding flowed into his chest cavity. The pathologist Amanda Jeffrey found 1,200 ml or over 2 pints of blood there. She said that no emergency medical treatment would have permitted access to the bleeding vein. In simple terms, he would not have survived however quickly he received first aid, CPR, or expert medical treatment. Oh, so he was basically he was dead as soon as he was stabbed, basically. Okay. You also stabbed him twice to the upper leg at some point, and once again to the lower abdomen, groin area at the front. The latter only resulted in a knife tip injury. The former were both to a substantial depth, although not as deep as the chest wound. Henry's face was also slashed with the blade of the dagger, but I cannot be sure that was aimed or intended. However, one or more of the 4 stabs must have had an immediate effect, as Henry was never able to put up his hands to defend himself from further serious injury. He was defenseless. You, by contrast, had little, if any, injury. You told the attending police that you had a small bruise and swelling to your eye from a punch, but it is not obvious on body-worn footage taken then, and there has been no independent evidence given in the trial of any injury at all to you. Your brother, Gurpreet, arrived on the scene very shortly after your attack had finished. You then filmed Henry desperately trying to get away from you, somehow scaling a fence onto a communal bin before landing on a car in front of the property next to you. Bloodstains show that he had got one, more, or all of his injuries before then. You then showed a callous disregard for his well-being, knowing that you had stabbed him to the chest. You continued to make films of Henry suffering, ignoring much of his desperation at having been stabbed. You told him that it had not happened, no doubt to convince others who were nearby. Your attitude did not change even though Henry was clearly going downhill very fast. Your brother did much the same, although he may have just been accepting that which you had told him rather than lying himself. You lied to him that you had been attacked, picking up on his question about whether it had been accompanied by racism by falsely claiming that Henry had called you a Paki. I am sure that Henry had said nothing racist. You are the person to make that claim, and it is completely at odds with his previous character. You joined your brothers in relating these lies to the police. By then, your mother and father were at the scene. Gurpreet explained that no weapons had been involved or were present. In fact, whilst he was talking to the call operator, you told your mother to take the murder weapon, sheath, and belt away, which she did. You did not tell your father what had really happened. Much of the time, you just stood by as he, at least, tried to do something to help Henry. You carried on telling these wicked lies when police attended on the scene, hampering them in doing their job and effectively obstructing the course of justice. You kept Henry's phone with the incriminating record of you on it. You had no intention of handing it over. It was found on you after you had been arrested and taken into police custody. Thereafter, at the time the time came when the police needed permission from a court to extend the time for you to be questioned in custody and arranged for you and Gurpreet to be taken there for that purpose. They took the opportunity to record secretly any conversation between the two of you on the journey. Speaking in Punjabi, you agreed to pretend that you had acted in self-defense even though you confessed to stabbing Henry 3 times, including once to the chest with the dagger. Damn, they really thought they could get away with speaking about it in Punjabi, Jesus. You knew you were guilty, demonstrated by your saying to Gurpreet that if there were any cameras in that part of Belmont Road, you would be unable to put forward self-defense. You decided, much as you had at the scene, to try to cover it up. In all your police interviews, you decided not to answer questions about the incident. Instead, you made a written statement on the 7th of December 2025, which told more lies. The people next door in the video didn't know what happened. No, it seems like he lied to everyone at the scene. Only he knew what happened, it seems. Once the criminal proceedings were underway, you made another statement, developing and modifying those lies. It was only when you gave evidence in court that you put forward your full defense. The jury entirely rejected that defense, and I do too. In addition to killing Henry and the irreparable harm to those close to him, you have also caused real suffering to those who knew him. You have brought shame upon your family, your community, and your religion. Your actions have stirred up racial tension in Southampton and across the country, which have made many Sikhs worried about their own safety, even though they have done absolutely nothing wrong. I get anyone fucking brown is in trouble now, eh? You bear some responsibility for the offense committed by your mother when... Wait, what? When you asked her to take the murder weapon away from you after she arrived on the scene. Your lies to the police about what had happened led in part to the arrests of your father, brother, and mother for murder and their being taken into police custody. Your mother has remained in custody for the past 7 months. Shit. He got his mother fucked over as well, eh? Shit. Another consequence of those lies is that the attending police officers honestly believed that there were reasonable grounds for suspecting Henry had committed an offence and arrested him, with the consequence he was handcuffed for about a minute before his condition further deteriorated and the arresting officer began CPR. The police were given a convincing but wholly false narrative of the incident. It was dark and Henry was wearing a dark top. The entry damage caused by the knife through it would not have been obvious. Whilst there was visible blood on Henry, it would not have been clearly seen coming from that wound, and the clearly visible facial wound was not life-threatening. Henry was complaining that he had been stabbed and was struggling to breathe, but that would not have necessarily told the officers how serious the situation had become. It is the experience of criminal courts that sometimes someone arrested and handcuffed will feign injury in the hope that they may be released. These police officers were faced with having to make quick decisions in pressurized circumstances about the best way to act. The genuine shock to the particular police officer when he realized that he had been giving CPR to Henry when he had a serious chest wound tends to show that he was doing his best in a very difficult situation. They could have used flashlight. Yeah, I guess someone claims to have been stabbed. That is quite serious. You were still present at the scene when Henry was saying he was dying, and still you did not tell the truth about how seriously you knew you had hurt him and the need for urgency. Instead, you said he had not been stabbed and that he was exaggerating. The sentence for murder is life imprisonment. You will remain in prison for life unless the parole board decides that it is safe for you to be released on a life license. I must specify a minimum period to be served before the parole board may first consider earlier release. If you are released, you will be on license for the rest of your life and subject to recall to serve the rest of the life sentence if a time does not come when the parole board is satisfied it is safe to release you again. You would be liable to such recall if you committed any other offense or just broke any license conditions. If he lied about being stabbed, why not check anyway? Well, it seems that they looked at his torso, like his stomach area, and they only saw black on his jacket, but I don't know what the protocol is. Like if someone's been stabbed, my guess would be that you would have to check, especially after you've handcuffed him. Like once he's handcuffed, you can fucking inspect him all you want, right? I don't think it's like the way that I think I probably agree with most of what the judge is saying here. I don't think it's like a end of the world failure by the police. Is like the problem is though is just like it's hard to square that with just how bad it looks to watch it. Like you're watching this video knowing that he's been stabbed and he's about to die, right? So obviously everything that the cops are saying and doing here looks like fucking hideous, but obviously they've got a call from the guy who did the stabbing saying that he'd been attacked. The guy is like outside a house that's not his he's saying something that people say all the time when they're being arrested, like to feign injury and all that. Like that's not uncommon. So yeah, it's like it's a really difficult situation. But like it's impossible to look at this from the lens of someone who doesn't know what's happened, you know? Why was he arrested? Because the guy who stabbed him called the cops and said he had been racially attacked and that he had defended himself. They probably thought they probably thought the kid was drunk and had been subdued after attacking a, poor innocent passerby. It is possible that you had a good legal reason for having the dagger when you met Henry, although, considering the jury's verdict, that reason must have come to an end after you removed it from its sheath. Neither was it a murder for gain. Whilst you did take his phone or even rob him of it, that was neither the purpose of the murder nor clearly a part of it, but I am sure it was a further trigger for what happened to Henry. There are a number of aggravating factors to increase the starting point, in no particular order, as they are as follows. Firstly, you stabbed Henry 3 other times than when inflicting the fatal wound, all with a highly dangerous weapon. Secondly, mental suffering was inflicted on Henry once he lay dying from his injuries, and by your attitude towards him, of which he would have been aware, and separately by your lies which had resulted in a young adult of good character being arrested and handcuffed. Thirdly, there was additional degradation by filming his suffering. Fourth, your repeated and concerted actions after the event included attempts to cover up and conceal evidence, had a tendency to pervert the court of justice. Fifth, you wrongly placed blame on Henry, and your lies also led to unnecessary arrests for members of your family, which would not have happened if you had told the truth. 6. You prevailed upon your mother to assist your attempts to pervert the court of justice. 7th, Henry was only 18, unarmed and alone, which made him additionally vulnerable. 8th, the offence has had a significant community impact upon others as described and evidenced in press reporting and social media reaction. 9th, your lies misled the attending police officers, which influenced their decision not only to arrest and handcuff Henry, but also to give subsequent emergency first aid in ignorance of the fact that he had a serious wound to the chest. Serious chest wound. Lastly, you abused the privilege extended to Sikhs to have a knife in a public space for religious reasons, dishonored your religion, and have now put others at risk of repercussions. Those factors increased the minimum term to 23 years. A number of those would have not applied if you had told the police what you said to your brother in the police van on the 5th of December 2025. The mitigating factors reduce that minimum period to 21 years. They are your age, your previous good record with no previous convictions, and a lack of premeditation. There are no others. I am sure that you intended to kill in the moments before you stabbed Henry. I must also deduct the period that you have already spent in custody since first appearing in court after charge on 8th of December 2025. I calculate that to be 175 days before today. Stand up, Vikram Digwa. The sentence on count 1 is life imprisonment. Okay. Count 2, 2 years imprisonment, concurrent to count 1. If there's a surcharge payable, okay. Right. I don't know if you want to take. I don't know if you guys want to take. Most of the outrage from this footage is coming, like most of the serious indictments on the police and is because you're looking at it through the lens of someone who knows everything that's happened already, whereas the cops didn't. And they were pretty, like, the guy lied to them pretty well, it seems. He made the call to them. Is seemingly quite convincing when he's talking to them. It seems it seems Henry would have died anyway because he had been hit in an artery that couldn't be operated on. It seems the cops did start trying to give him CPR after a minute, but however the wrongdoing of the cops is, if this were just a white on white attack or a black on black attack or whatever, in the same circumstances, I don't think the public would care about this. I think it might be a debate for like fucking cop slop viewers or whatever. Because the guy was a Sikh who claimed to be a victim of racial violence, the narrative now is going to be that the overly politically correct, liberally shackled police are forced to listen to the lies of a deranged brown, a deranged brown murderer. And had there been no political correctness in the police, they could do their jobs properly. Yeah, and it's just, you're missing the knife element, quite dishonest. No, not really. Sikh violence in the UK is just like a very unheard of thing. It's not very common. It's just not very common. And the Sikhs that do actually commit violence with blades or are in trouble is usually the ones who bring fucking swords that are much larger than 8 inches or whatever, or 8 centimeters, 8 inches. Wait, am I really dumb? Or, it was an illegal knife. Well, one of the knives was illegal because of its length, wasn't it? But the Sikhs are allowed to carry a knife of, what was the length they said again? Is it the inch one? Yeah, 9 inches. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. Guys, are you guys not the people who are making it all about the knife? Are you guys British? Are you guys British or no? They said that they were 2 kirpans, wasn't it? They're both kirpans, these knives, aren't they? Do they talk about the second blade? Does he actually specify? I felt like I wasn't getting that. The large dagger. Large dagger sounds like it might have not been legal. Where does he talk about the second? It's a second kirpa. It's 2 kirpans though. Are they allowed to have 2? I don't know. If you guys want to say that you shouldn't be able to carry a knife for any like religious reasons or traditional reasons, then okay, but good luck, buddy. You know that in good old Scotland, you can carry a sharpened skeen dhu with your kilt, right? You can stick it in your sock. But good luck, buddy. Good luck. Good luck, old chum.
Saying he's been stabbed, so
Where
let's
is it
just
you
check
think
him.
you've been stabbed? In the face? Oh no, but we have to check, don't we?
We have to check her because she's going on now.
Just get these back off, get their details and that, and I'll keep hold of him.
She's feeling around.
Should we
Keep you on your side, mate. You better retrieve then. Saying to him, I'm keeping him on his side. We were sat up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest, and that's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence. If you do not mention when questioned,
dude, this cop, she's literally feeling around the area where he was stabbed.
Well, anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? He's going to be sick, I think.
Do you think being handcuffed worsened his condition? According to the according to the judge, he was dead regardless. He would have been dead even if he got like expert care immediately.
I
just want you to call it.
Yeah, we've got this male. He's been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance, please?
So she calls an ambulance.
His pupils aren't even reacting.
Yeah, so she seems quite concerned, actually. She seems to be... How long is it before she actually asks for the ambulance?
Check, don't we?
Since they see him.
Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me. His grandma.
When's he first say he's been stabbed?
He's jumped over these fences and stuff like that.
And he's up
Move
here.
away, mate.
He's obviously... He's fallen from there and he slipped from there.
There's other shoes left over there, mate.
What's your name, mate? Huh? Has anyone been hurt other than him?
Yeah, me.
He's trying to say there, but they haven't heard him, I don't think.
He's grabbed my brother, he's took my turban off, started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, little bruises.
Alright, just step back a little bit for me. Someone flag these down.
Got this stud.
Right, let's get you out of there, shall we?
They haven't heard him the second time?
I was in bed asleep. Whenever just found me up there, look, someone's attacked me.
I can't breathe.
Grab his other arm. What's happened to you, alright?
Been stabbed.
You've been stabbed? Where?
So they hear you. They definitely hear he's been stabbed at 1. Yeah, he said it at 52, but I don't think they heard him the first time. They seem to acknowledge it at 110. They acknowledge it at 110.
So to you later line of court. Anything you do say, maybe give.
And she asked for an ambulance.
We were sat up when we had him here, but he didn't like it. What's your name, mate? At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything. May harm in defence if you do not make your main questions. So to you later line of court. Anything you do say, maybe.
Where did she say it? Here.
I just want you to call it.
She said it earlier, didn't she?
We've got this male. He's been beat up. Are we able to get an ambulance?
Took about a minute and a half. Is that right? About a minute and a half after acknowledging that he said he'd been stabbed. It's fucking crazy, man. Not good. Apparently it wasn't even the right knife for... Yeah, it was a different kind of... Maybe the same name, but a different kind. Someone's here saying... Heard from Sikhs it wasn't the right kind of knife and had a triangular blade. An evil fucking thing that makes a very tiny wound that will not seal or clot. Is it common to handcuff a non-responsive person? If you think they've they've assaulted someone, probably. Because people, I guess, because with all the information the cops have right here, they've told he's attacked someone. They've been told he's attacked someone. The call came from the guy who stabbed him, right? Who claimed to have been attacked. And the guy is like, you could easily mistake him for being drunk, at least from watching it, if you don't know. So they think that's enough information to suggest he might be feigning or something. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't think this would be a big story were it not for the Sikh thing. The second dagger was illegal. The one that he used was illegal. It was an extremely large one, the court was told. Okay. So he wasn't even using a legal knife. Okay. Digwa just had to lie. Well, the guy's a fucking murderer, bro. Like, the lying is just an extra issue for him, isn't it?
In order to ensure what it calls
he had 2 knives. He had one around his neck, I think, which is the one you're allowed to, and then the other one was in a sheath.
Of outcomes. It now says it is listening to legitimate concerns about how some of these commitments are worded or phrased. and the Independent Office of Police Conduct is investigating what happened. Mairead Smith, BBC News.
Well, the case dominates.
I need you to lock in and give me an actual position. Are you for or against using weapons? As in, would you change the law if you could? I don't think you should ban the little fucking Sikh daggers or skeen doos. No, I don't think you should ban them. No.
Prime Minister's questions, with Sir Keir saying the call for
That doesn't even seem to be the problem, because it seems to be the weapon that he used was banned. okay.
By the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage in response to the death of Henry was unforgivable. Let's hear some of that exchange in the House of Commons.
Following the horrendous circumstances of Henry Novak's death, can I urge the Prime Minister to consider this?
Piece of shit.
It is now clear
disgusting,
to growing millions in this country that we're living under two-tier policing.
Why? Because you're the fucking... Oh, because he wasn't a brown... Oh my God, this guy's so disgusting. You are more likely to get stopped and searched if you are not white. Prick.
The instructions that are given to police officers from police bosses are clear and written down in ink. It says you must treat different ethnic groups in different ways. That, apart from the...
That's what it says. That's what it says. Like, why do you say it like you're quoting? Oh, because you're making it the
upset and the anger at the...
And this fucking retard and all of his fucking Russian fucking handlers and all the Russian fucking bots are going to be spamming Twitter with all this fucking outrage porn to help the people boil up to their rioting that they're doing right now as well. Actual fucking chaos agent.
Circumstances of his death, the anger that you saw spilling out in Southampton last night.
Yeah, two-tier policing was coined. Well, I don't know if it was coined, but these guys have been using it since the riots last year, even though Keir Starmer was basically using the exact same method that he had used in the 2011 London riots, which were disproportionately against black people, like black people being arrested. So it's just fucking stupid.
Is in danger.
Condemn the violence.
Which is in danger of getting considerably worse. Because if the public lose trust...
Condemn it.
If the public lose trust in
This is him talking about rioters, by the way, like people who are rioting, people who are destroying British property and British businesses and attacking British cops, officers of the Crown, Mr. Farage. This is about rioters. You're just saying, oh yeah, well, you know, if you don't do what I want you to do, then they're just gonna keep doing it. You know, they're fucking retards. I've got nothing to say about them. I've got nothing to say about it. Yeah, they'll do what they will do. What can I do? I'm only the guy that they fucking simp over and want to vote in the next election. I'm only the guy that they're voting for. What can I say, bro? I'm only the guy that's stoking their flames here.
Treated fairly by the police. Can he take some action, end this divisive practice of two-tier policing and make sure that all British citizens are treated the same?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there's two-tier policing in this country. I'm really shocked that he pretends to have respect for Henry's family.
Yep.
And then acts.
Oh, the fucking... oh my God. I'm going to... sorry. No, stop. Behave yourself, Letterbox. You're being watched.
Way. They are a grieving family.
Mr. Blash, please. It's a very important question. I want to hear the Prime Minister. If you want to carry on, go outside, please, Prime Minister.
The grieving family have asked us not to respond in the way that the Leader of Reform has responded. They've asked us not to. They have lost their son in the most appalling circumstance. They make a simple plea of us as human...
Farage has been absent for all 77 votes since he was elected. I know he doesn't go for... I didn't know he was absent for every vote. Maybe I won't quote you on that. But yeah, he is famously absent because he's a fucking clown, because he's not actually a politician. He's a clown. He's there to be a fucking racist... inflammatory clown. That's politics. That's it. He's a fucking future leader of the nation.
Human beings to please
a fucking clown, a spiv clown, sitting around the back of the fucking car park with a little briefcase of bootlegged goods to sell you.
Not exploit that. That is their plea to us. We all need to reflect on those words of Henry's father. My response, and the response of others, to be fair, has been focused on the lessons to be learned so we can deliver justice. His response has been to appeal for rage. Rage. That's his response to a father who's lost his son, and ask for that not to happen. Exploiting this tragedy to create grievance and division would be wrong in any circumstances, but to do it when the family are expressly saying, please don't, is unforgivable. It shows exactly who he is.
Fucking wriggling fucking cyborg getting operated by Russia's iron fist rammed up his ass, just inside there pressing buttons, getting him to do things. Yes, so chaos. Yes, bring down this liberal cuck society. Get them to stop arming Ukraine. Yes.
Let's take you to our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, who is at Westminster and was watching Prime Minister's questions. Very passionate and quite emotional response there from the Prime Minister, Damien. And Nigel Farage heckled by many people in the chamber today. But at the heart of what they were...
Fuck you guys. Give me James. Give me my boy. The last, the last beacon of hope.
Words.
This is not a case about...
Listen to his words.
Oh, well.
This is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder.
And then just reflect for a moment on all of the people queuing up to essentially tell him to shut up and sit down. Sorry, Mark, you're wrong. I just heard a bloke on the radio who insists it's all about racism. Sorry, mate, not listening to you today. I'm sorry about your son dying and everything, but it is absolutely about racism. Nigel Farage said so. Some people roll out the red carpet for him to do so and stay silent while he calls for actual riots. And guess what?
I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
I wonder what that...
It's so fucking shame. Man, he wasn't this shameless in the he wasn't this shameless last year with the riots were they last year over the Southport killings? Was it 2 years ago now? God, it was 2 years ago. Yeah, he wasn't this shameless for that. What the fuck, man?
And guess what?
I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
I wonder what that sounds like.
Yeah, what does that sound like? All right, there's your cold rage, buddy. Let's go. British Patriots, by the way. British Patriots just assaulting the British police. You know, the officers of the law. That's crazy.
British media this morning, and to a lesser extent yesterday morning, had a choice. They had a very clear and simple choice. The British political establishment had a very clear and simple choice. They could either take the side of this man.
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension.
Or they could side with this man.
I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
Well, don't mind if I... No, because as center left leaning liberals, okay, as we're just, listen, the country just fucking rapes itself, and we just sit there and watch and just you know, just talk about it, just get outraged, just get sad, just get really sad, just get sad, bro, just get sad.
And you can tell from the front pages, from the commentary, from the lies, from the ignorance that they have largely, if not almost entirely, decided to side with the second man, which is extraordinary.
Pretty extraordinary. Can we not put that rage towards Russia? The thing is, Russia doesn't implant these ideas, okay? This behavior, we saw the cops in what seemed to be a pretty fucking tricky situation, given how effectively they had been lied to by the murderer, given the fact that it was dark, given the dark jacket, given the guy basically being indistinguishable prima facie from a drunk person who had tried to fight someone and failed. Like, they see all that and they think, oh, well, the murderer was brown. Well, cops are clearly cops are just out there to protect the browns and terrorize the whites. That's a very fucking sane opinion to have in merry old England. That's fucking, hey, that's normal. Let's riot. Let's attack the cops. Let's go as white British patriots, as God-fearing British patriots. Let's get fucking bleezing and attack cops with bins and trash some fucking houses. Why not? Russia sees that and they think, well, those guys are pretty stupid. Let's pump them. Let's pump Twitter with some bots. Let's sneak some fucking donos over and some bribe money to the political party that's stoking this kind of violence. Reform UK, by the way, got their party leader in Wales in jail for taking Russian bribes, just so you know.
No mention of ethnicity, no mention of bias against white people.
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension.
Clearly.
We want his story to make our streets safer for everyone.
That is the moment when you realise something very, very dark and very, very ugly is happening in this country. Because they are ignoring the express wishes of a dead boy's father and jumping instead upon a bandwagon assembled by various bigots and criminals and pretending to believe that being white in this country somehow marks you out for negative discrimination. I think it's time somebody pointed out that the suggestion, or indeed the insistence, that what happened to Henry Novak...
Also, I'm sorry, incitement to violence, at least people like Trump have the common courtesy to be a little bit vague, fight like hell, peacefully and patriotically. I don't know, maybe Nigel Farage in that fucking... Because he did this, he lied about the killings in... the Southport killings to begin with as well. Saying you should respond with cold rage or whatever. Maybe 2 seconds later he says peacefully and patriotically. I don't know. We have the video though, don't we? We have the full response from Mr. Forage. Regardless, you shouldn't be allowed to run for office if you do the shit that, sympathizing with Russia, like an adversary of the United Kingdom and of the European Union, twice now, using rhetoric that has clearly fanned the flames of civil unrest, like rioting. Why would any self-respecting liberal society allow a fucking freak like him to run for office and to exploit this country's institutions for his own fucking pet projects? Why?
Happened because of the colour of his skin or the colour of his perpetrator's skin is right now entirely without foundation. And to extrapolate from that entirely unevidenced claim that we live in a country where being white somehow renders you more likely to suffer at the hands of a biased police force is actually beyond insane.
It's quite insane, isn't it? And so many people believe it. It's fucking crazy.
Good morning. It's a moment to take a long...
Oh God, he speaks for 7 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ.
...hard look at ourselves as a country and what we've become.
Hang on.
The murder of 18-year-old student Henry Novak was bad enough of itself, but compounded...
It's incomplete. Hang on. That's it. Huh? Where is it? There we go.
In the most extraordinary way by the behaviour of the police officers. Many of us have asked for the footage to be released, and finally, last night it was. Let me show you just 30 seconds of what happened on that fateful evening in Southampton.
Okay, we've seen that. Come on, Nigel.
The evening, on the way home, and victim of a sustained attack. Stabbed several times, chased down the street. Stabbed seriously 5 times. And what happens? Well, the assailant's brother rings the police to say We've just been racially attacked and abused by a white guy. The sirens blare, they arrive. Young Henry must have thought...
And what the cops should have said is, interesting claim there, buddy. Let's just come over and assume that you've lied about it and fucking stabbed the guy, even though we can't see the stab wound through his fucking, in the dark, through his dark clothing. Let's just assume that you stabbed the man and you're calling us now to cover your tracks. Let's just assume that.
That at last help was at hand, but far, far from it. The police act from the beginning to the end, and the end when he dies, lying on a pavement, having been stabbed, in handcuffs. The last thing he heard on this earth was him being read his rights by the police. He was actually treated in a way that meant an accusation of a racial slur was treated...
My bad, Loner. It was dark. That makes it all good. High five. People like you do not deserve to fucking breathe. If that's the implication that you get from me saying that, like, you are so fucking retarded. Like, from what point to saying the cops were in an understandably difficult position to this has nothing to do with special privileges for people of color, when they call the police, the fact that the guy had just quite effectively lied to the cops what was happening, both by making the call and also when they were there, and the fact that the cops were in difficult conditions, and you say, oh, well, I suppose it's actually okay that he got stabbed. Yeah, that's exactly my position. Yeah, surely me saying that is the equivalent of me saying, well, yeah, the guy got, bro, like, don't stand in front of the knife next time. You know, I say, boy, I had it coming. He knew what he was doing, standing in front of that blade. Next week on the contrary with Contrabox, like, fucking kill yourself, you disgusting writhing fucking mollusk. Fuck off.
Treated more seriously than an act.
Back to our regularly scheduled Patriot
of murder. What does he say? I can't breathe. Familiar words? Remember career criminal George Floyd, who died in appalling circumstances in Midwest America a few years ago. Remember the reaction to that and the way the police behaved. Within a few days, Keir Starmer was taking the knee. Black Lives Matter is exploding all over the country. Churchill's statue was defaced, the cenotaph was vandalised. And yet, what has the public reaction been from our leaders and politicians? And indeed, to be frank, much of the media to this. Silence. Absolute silence. Proof
it's all over the press, you fucking
we're living in a two-tier culture in this country where the rights and privileges of white people matter less than those of ethnic minorities.
Apartheid, true.
Now, what has happened over the last few decades is, without anybody being asked, without anybody...
Was it you're 8 times more likely to get stopped and searched if you're black? Okay, well done.
Ever voting for it, we've been subjected to mass immigration on a scale that is truly unbelievable. At least 10 million new people have come to Britain in the last 20 years. And let's be clear, many of them are great people who work hard, have integrated and made their lives here. But far too many that have come have refused to integrate, are leading parallel lives and leaving many of our cities almost culturally unrecognisable from what they've always been. But to stop any criticism of this, we brought in hate speech laws. We brought in a DEI agenda. We brought in what is called positive discrimination in favour of ethnic minorities.
Literally nothing that happened here has anything to do with DEI, but okay.
Whose families have lived in Britain in many cases for centuries. That is the...
Interestingly, the only DEI that happened here was that the female police officer was more attentive to his complaints than the male one was. That's the only role DEI had to play in any of this, but okay.
Mess that we've got into. And that is why, in some ways, what happened, and despite the appalling behaviour of those police officers, but in some ways, what happened on that night in Southampton perhaps shouldn't be a surprise in two-tier Britain.
Oh, not surprising.
Alison Pearson, journalist on the Daily Telegraph, received yesterday an email from an experienced, long-serving Hampshire police officer. In it, he makes perfectly clear that the police are told that they must respond to situations in different ways according to the ethnicity of those involved in the crime or potential crime. He also describes how a DEI agenda has gone so far through the police that people now get promoted, not on the basis of merit, not on the basis of ability, but on the basis of what they're...
What he's talking about here was a scandal from a recruitment officer that was literally, like, we only know about it because of internal, like, because it was flagged internally. Like, it was already being approached and dealt with. God
racial
damn it.
or religious origin is. That has led to a decline in policing standards. But think of this. Much as we may condemn the 2 police officers involved here, think of this. The biggest fear a police officer now has, going about his or her duty on the street, is the fear of being reported for having acted in a way that was racially biased. That fear, now greater than dealing with a dying man living on the ground. Henry's family have responded to this in just the most extraordinarily dignified way. But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with...
And excuse me while I completely ignore their fucking requests.
...really dignified way. But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage. This is wrong. All the values and standards of living in a free country where everybody is judged equally before the law have been trashed and thrown away. And there are 1 or 2 things that need to happen very quickly. The first is that the police complaints operation, the IOPC, needs to get to the bottom of this and produce a report very, very quickly. Secondly, even through the sentencing, the sentence given was actually lower than the recommended minimum for a sustained, aggressive, murderous assault. And I'll be writing today to the Attorney General asking him to review the sentence. But the most important thing that needs to change, that has to change, if our society is not to be ripped apart, where communities start to distrust each other and deeply distrust the police and all the other institutions of this country, is we need a change in culture. Enough of anti-white prejudice. A promotion of the idea that white lives matter just as much as black lives. An end to DEI and positive discrimination, but a country that treats everybody equally and fairly before the law. This is serious. This is urgent. I fear for where our society will be in a few short years if we don't grip this and do it very, very quickly. I want to send my sincerest condolences, the country's sincerest condolences to Henry's family. I hope this is the last time a British police force operates in this way. But the fish rots from the head down. It is up to government and police chiefs to change this culture and to start that process today. Thank you.
Yeah, the sustained aggressive murder, even just looking at a summary here, is to do with what do you mean sustained? Like sustained aggressive murder? Like that's to do with like exceptional cruelty and like multiple victims and all that. But again, like they gave him, that would bring it to like 25 to 30 years. He got what, 20, 23? So bro. Okay. He's just a fucking snake. He's a complete fucking snake. He's like an animal. He's just a disgusting wretch. But yeah, he didn't actually say peacefully and patriotically. He just said cold fucking rage. Okay, let's go. Okay. What does that look like? Don't mind if I elucidate.
They're in retreat! The old Bill are in retreat! Shit! Someone just got clonked in the fucking... Oh, he's bleeding! Fuck! He's fucking bleeding! Hey!
Now I wonder why white people who don't want to be disproportionately dealt with by the police would attack the police. Like you know what? I'm sick of cops going after white people. I think we should get a bunch of whites to attack the cops. Good idea, boys.
They're in retreat!
English fucking retards.
The old Bill are in retreat! Shit! Someone just got clonked in the fucking... Oh, he's bleeding! Fuck! He's fucking bleeding!
Friendly fire.
Hey!
They do this all the fucking time, man. Remember? Oh god, where's the video where a guy got a fucking brick thrown at him twice by his own guys?
Fucking hell, man! He just got hit with a fucking cone. He's bleeding now. Shit! Head injury.
Head injury.
Fucking poor guy's just been smacked in the head. He's got blood. Shit. Someone. Does he need an ambulance? That was a fucking hit and a half, that was. Excuse my language, you lot, but that was real savage.
Seems like a DEI. Where is this video? I need the guy. I need Mr. Double Friendly Fire. Mr. Double Brick. This is from last year. 2 years ago, sorry. This is him here. This dude. There's one. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, there's the second one. Fucking hell. Boy got double bricked by his own guys. But where are we? Okay, here he is. Let's go. Human shield. Boom. It was 3. It was 3. He got 2 and 1. I forgot it was 2 and 1. Look. Look. Slow motion, okay? There's one. There's another one. Oh no, better get out of here. I've been double bricked. Blimey, he's on a hat trick. There's no possible way. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, we're out of the way. We'll escape the hat trick. It's okay, it's okay. Oh no! Fucking hell.
No mention of ethnicity, no mention of...
White's biggest enemy. That was a direct hit. Yep, pretty rough. For him, anyway. What else do we have here? Let's see. Okay, defending Britain against racial segregation. Okay, come on. Against apart white. The cops are a fucking state, aren't they? There's no formation or anything here.
Yeah,
I don't. That protester just got binned by his own guys.
Me and young Bob are here. I'm mental. Yeah, I don't actually endorse violence. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Run, you fucking pussy! Run, you cowards!
Mostly young people. Yeah, they're all these fucking. They're all on their fucking phones, and their social media is getting pumped with fucking bots showing them all of the. Every time a black person or a person of color commits a crime in any country, they just fucking spam it. It gets 80,000 likes. Yeah, it's horrible.
Come on, cunt!
The Great Bin Riots of 26. Hey, it's crazier than the. I can't remember the Southport ones. They targeted the asylum hotels and shit like this, but here they're going after cops.
The police are getting killed now, guys!
They fought cops last time as well, though. I don't know if they've gone after other targets.
The police are getting killed now!
No, hey, that's reversing the discrimination. They kill the cops.
The police are getting outnumbered now! A little bit of police brutality.
We're sick of being brutalized by the cops for being white.
Police brutality here now. Sorry, mate. Balls are getting chucked in. They're chucking the stuff away over the people's gardens. Here we go. Stuff is getting chucked in. The police.
Fuck is this guy? He's there in spirit. Who the fuck is this guy, man? Peaky Blinders. Scrum. Oh, scum. I thought they were saying scrum, like fucking rugby. What have we got here? This is the sort of escalation in civil unrest that happens during mass migration. Okay, fucking hell, man. This is just what happens. We're just idiots. We can't think for ourselves and make good or bad decisions.
Get out of the way! Fucking into it! This is what I mean. When it comes to taking exploitation of us vulnerable in society, you have to expect this sort of reaction. Civil unrest is the inevitability of mass migration.
Who is this fucking guy? Are you fucking kid? Bro, you should be in school. Like, what the fuck? This fucking... Oh no. This fucking square-shaped Nick Shirley over here. It's Nick Shirley in Lego. What the fuck?
This is what I mean. When it comes to
this fucking bedwetter. What the fuck?
Taking exploitation of us vulnerable in society, you have to expect this sort of reaction.
I'm sorry, there is just so many fucking... like, there's so much ableism in my brain. Stop.
Is the inevitability of
Well done, buddy, though. You realize that you're basically going to get like a whole bunch of these people arrested, you fucking retard. Well
mass
done.
migration. As soon as an area is demographically replaced, this is what happens, because people no longer recognise the Britain that they previously knew from their generation.
Bro, this is exactly the Britain that we all recognise. A bunch of fucking...
family from their ancestors.
A bunch of fucking English dipshits who can't keep it in their pants, basically. Okay. He looks a bit like Drew Pavlou. I guess he does, doesn't he?
Taking exploitation of us vulnerable in society.
I can't with this fucking guy, man. Holy shit. Where is this guy? Oh, God. Unbelievable, man. So much fucking beer belly. Jesus. Can someone pick up their lost child? Oh, God. This is the guy. Young Bob. Christian pro-life re-immigration activist. Okay. Arguably the best known of the batch. Hope not hate. Okay. It's a hope not hate quote. Oh, fuck me, man. What happened? I can't. Whatever. Keep it sweet. Whew. See if he'll come on to debate. Yeah, why not? Where is he? What did he say here, actually? Let's see what he said. What he responded to.
This is what I mean. When it comes to taking exploitation of us vulnerable in society, you have to expect this sort of reaction. Civil unrest is the inevitability of mass migration. As soon as an area is demographically replaced, this is what happens, because people no longer recognise the Britain.
Tash Gordon, thanks for the €10. Really appreciate it. Hi, Boof. Best of the batch. Young Bob RB. Okay.
Hi Tash.
I'll put a little telephone. It's disarming if I put a little telephone next to it. DM's open. Nice, cute little telephone. Because at least it's at least it'd be an improvement from fucking Drew Pavlou, eh? He can't be as bad as Drew Pavlou. Oh God, what's Drew Pavlou saying about this? This is 1,000,000 times worse than George Floyd. Are you okay? Okay. That's just okay. Yeah, Drew Pavlou's a fucking retard. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. UK riots panel. Give me Drew or any other. UK riots panel this week, question mark. Give me Drew or any English chud. You know, I really need to shout at someone, LOL. Oh, come on, Wick. Wick can make me proud. He's got the people. What the fuck? Fuck off. That's just Twitter shit. Are you gonna do any prep for Friday? Nah, I'm gonna go in raw dog. I might get shit-faced as well. And remove half of my yeah, of course I'll fucking prep. What are you talking about? Make me proud, Wick. He's responding. He's on it. Has Chud given a terrible take on this yet? I don't know. Chud would probably tend to veer on the side of cops, wouldn't he? People typically won't defend them. They'll just say some shit like, this is what happens when you discriminate whites type shit. An article. Okay. UK riots. Southampton, isn't it? Okay. What did Farage say? What was his phrase again? Cold rage. That's a fucking video. It's not even a video. What the fuck? Okay, there was some pretty rough police body cam footage from a murder in December. Farage said called for pure cold rage. Okay. Be right back. Cold white rage. True. Be right back. Chapter 1. The commodity. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is first of all an external object, a thing which it's going to be like this. He's going to be like, today I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look, you see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look, look, these are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month, at least, mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and deflect all criticism by the mere fact that some people produce more carbon emissions than I do. We have to avoid a revolution at all costs, lest I get actually executed because everyone who takes part in that revolution will notice me for the inauthentic, slimy, ineffectual hack cunt that I actually am. Go change the title. The title has a question mark on it, you dumb fuck. Chill. The title is honest. The title leaves room for interpretation. I'm not Vosh. Wait, wait a minute. that shit. Facts. Facts.
Dog, like you're an Israeli dog, or you're.
I'm a Palestinian, but so you hate Palestinians. You don't like Palestinians.
No, I don't like Israeli dogs. That's what I don't like.
What do you think? What do you think
Anyway,
Steph should
gotta
do?
go.
What do you think Steph should do to be like not an Israeli dog? What do you think like a true Palestinian would do in living in Israel?
66 multiple rocket launchers have been either destroyed or captured.
66 multiple rocket launchers. Armada Rota 2024. Oh, is that this website? Militant groups in Gaza and the West Bank. No, wait. What? Qassam. 59 makeshift. Qassam. These are not Israelis. An Israeli rocket launcher would not be called Qassam. Okay. The UK is rising about what? Rubles. It's all rubles, man. Was I going to be on with this guy? Maybe. Let's see.
You know what? It's not that bad.
What's not that
The
bad?
Chud won because after Hitler, our turn.
You got it. Scott Wiener's your next.
What? Is he talking about the Nazis? Or the the KPD? Ugh. 1 second. Might be talking Dutch later, who knows? Oh. Have you ever composed in Locrian? Don't think so. Maybe. Maybe written like a fucking riff with it once? I don't know. Right, where is... oh, I know what to do. Okay. Wait, do I? Hang on. Huh. New York Post Hassan article. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I did not, but I'm aware of it. Well, it is. It's 12 o'clock. So I know Hassan's mad about apparently candidates that he endorsed or stood by are getting kind of wrecked in these election results, but we'll look into that later. I don't know much about those individual races. Primaries mostly, I think. But the New York Post came out with a big one. The New York Post. Hassan Piker's seedy, sex-obsessed life. Soliciting nudes, list of best breasts, and a separate laptop for porn. Whoa. Is that for fear of people... Would it be a separate laptop so you've got like a PC, a laptop, and a porn top? Is that how it goes? Okay, let's see. Let's see what the claims are. He may be the communist darling of left-wing live streaming, but when the cameras are off, the real Hassan Piker is shallow and sex-driven, sources claim. Ooh. Who's the source? Dan Saltman. Although he recently debuted a more serious image, donning spectacles and suits for his broadcasts, the close to 34-year-old, pushing 40, told the Post he's still a pervy. Wait, what? Those close to the 34-year-old Okay. Told the Post he's still a pervy, porn-obsessed frat boy. Impulses, they say, get in the way of him ever realizing his goal of making it into mainstream. Off camera, he is very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually believes. He definitely leverages it to creep on women, a former pal told the Post. Who's this former pal? This is important. Was it Destiny? Was it Dan? It could have been Sony. It was Ethan Klein. Sources noted Piker regularly boasts about receiving nude photos from fans and how he claims to watch porn on a laptop dedicated to that purpose, propped up on his chest so he can still see his penis. They have linked. Interesting. Wait, what? Where are these? Reddit okay. Ethan, please talk about Hassan's FAP. I've never heard of the FAP top. What the fuck is this? The second laptop, the porn laptop.
Like stuff I know people are gonna run to my defense in the.
Ew!
Wait, hold on.
What did he say? I didn't hear. He's talking about the porn that he watches. I hate it.
Let's get naked together.
Stop! Stop!
I'm just. He's the one who suggested it.
Stop.
He has a nightly FAP routine.
Ew! Stop. Are you for real?
He's got a laptop dedicated. That's how rich he is. He's got a laptop dedicated to a FAP top.
It's called the FAP top.
He puts it on his lap like
Ew, Hassan.
No, my chest.
Like, you not being ashamed of that is crazy.
You don't look at your. Hold on. You don't look at your own penis while you're jerking off.
I mean, I can still see it.
Oh, you're so fucking tall. That's crazy. If the laptop was in front of me, I couldn't be able to do it. Anyway, sorry, Maya. So anyway,
why do you have to look at your penis anyway when you're jerking off?
You don't like to look at your penis?
I'm sure Austin looks in a mirror.
I was about to say, it's been dog, it's been 33 years. I've seen it plenty. You know what I mean? I know how to do that shit with my eyes closed. It's fine. I don't have to
I just have to look at it.
Wait, so he doesn't do it so he can look at himself.
I'll tell you. I'll take it one step further. Because of my pinky, I've been using my left hand recently, and it's been great.
It feels like somebody else is doing it.
Not really, but it's cool. It's different. Like stuff I
know people.
He's got icks.
He farts on planes, someone said? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are these the former pals? No, someone spoke to the Post. These are just things his friends say about him publicly. Okay.
That's bad. That's
Like
where I have to
really
draw-
loud.
Okay, that's where I have
And
to
he
draw the
likes
line.
it and he brags about it.
That's where I have to draw the line.
I knew it. Oh, yeah, and the FAP top. You don't know about the FAP top?
FAP top?
He has a laptop just for porn.
Like, actually, genuinely?
Yeah, and he calls it the FAP top. I don't know why I know. So he's gone in explicit detail about the use of the FAP top.
Is it just...
I'm curious why he tells people about it. Why would you tell people about your fucking wank top? What?
Not get, like, viruses on, like, I mean, well, who gets viruses from porn nowadays, though? Like,
That's the odd thing, isn't it? Like, if you talk to a woman, she knows you wank, probably. But it's more like being like, hey, tell you about that time I had a wank. Then there's suddenly a problem, you know? Like,
I don't
it's
know.
very different.
He calls it that. I'm not...
Okay,
He's
no,
talked
I
about
mean-
this. But that's an ick.
okay.
Piker, who this week was banned from speaking in the UK over his extreme left-wing views, was born in New Jersey but grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, from where his parents hail. Okay. Sources told the New York Post, the Piker family is wealthy, but aside from a picture of a younger Hassan on a horse in full riding gear, which he himself posted, few details of his early life are known. He has said that he grew up horny in a repressed culture, until his dad allegedly helped him dodge the mandatory Turkish military draft so he could attend college in the US. Hey, draft dodger. At age 18 in 2009, Piker came to Miami, where after partying too hard and scoring a dismal grade point average of just 2.9, is that bad? I don't know what grade point averages are supposed to be good or bad, but okay. His mother, Ulker Sedef Piker, made him transfer to Rutgers, where she had studied art history. Piker joined a fraternity, Theta Delta Chi, and thoroughly embraced the frat boy lifestyle. In 2012, he wrote on Twitter, "The Bible for our senior year, 30 reasons to go for freshman chicks." In 2012, Assuming he didn't take a gap year, he would have been near the end of uni, no? With a link to a sexually explicit article on totalfratmove.com. Okay. He graduated the following year with a degree in political science. Piker loved the college lifestyle so much that when he moved to Los Angeles after college, he aimed to start a Theta Delta Chi frat house there. However, he instead went to work for his uncle Cenk Uygur at the Young Turks, an independent left-wing broadcast network. Bro tips! Let's go. Enjoying his first taste of being a Nepo baby, Piker was heavily promoted on the channel, and his show The Breakdown became a success, leading him to gain the title Woke Bae around the network. From there, he broke out on his own in 2018, broadcasting daily on Twitch, the streaming channel, sometimes for up to 12 hours per session. He has since amassed over 3 million followers, making him one of the most popular people in the online streaming service. Broke out on his own. On his own. I'm guessing Destiny wasn't involved in this article then, if that's if that's in there. Now operating out of a $2.7 million home in Hollywood that he bought in 2021, Piker enjoys a bachelor lifestyle but displays a lot of weird behavior. When he's not railing against US imperialism, showing his support for China or Cuba, or saying he'd vote for terror group Hamas over the Israeli government, Piker solicits nudes from his female fans, according to a streamer he previously worked with, pictures he apparently revels in showing off to others.
Yeah, but he's a scumbag misogynist. He's disgusting, actually. In fact, he solicited nudes from fans. I've got the receipts. And then Ludwig, on 2 separate occasions, Ludwig and I think it was Mizkiff saw nudes of girls on his phone. Yeah, I've got receipts for all of it. He's not that fucking great of a guy, ladies. He's actually a disgusting frat boy who slept with hundreds of women or something like that. It's going to be fun, guys. It's going to be a good time. So, glass houses and all that, you know what I mean?
Sources pointed out instances where Piker had been on stream and exposed explicit pics. Once, while broadcasting with Cutie Cinderella, she looked on as he opened a clearly explicit image while broadcasting. On another occasion, he left his phone with streamer Pokimane while off camera, and she also, quote, stumbled across explicit content on the device. I see, that's a good use of the word stumbled, because how?
Entire fucking time. Mom has been up my ass this entire fucking time.
About what?
About furniture, which, by the way, hold on, I gotta send this photo to myself on Twitter so I can show you guys. This is what I sent to Cutie, okay?
I feel bad. I don't want your mom to feel bad. Oh, interesting.
Are you serious right now? Are you really? Are you serious? You're gonna look over?
I looked over to see if you were sending the same picture.
Dude, how dare you? Stop looking at my phone. What the fuck? I feel violated, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. That was funny.
That's insane that you're doing this.
I was seeing if you were sending the same picture that I saw.
It's a sacred bond of trust that you are violating right now.
I'm not looking now. I'm just saying.
It's not that untoward for someone to look over, but okay, let's see. What's this one? Stumbled. What? I'm more interested in this one.
Wow, you have like nothing to hide, huh, Hassan?
What?
You can just so confidently give her your phone.
Oh no, I saw some shit I should not have seen and I feel very bad, but it's
Wait, how?
Wait, what did you see?
Are you just putting it in your regular fucking camera roll and you show your camera roll to someone? What the fuck? Is there not a hidden folder?
stuff.
Oh, from, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
What is that?
If it was recent, then yeah. Wait, you were there for the first part of that.
For the first part of what?
Bro, you think Hassan is careful. You don't do that and give someone your fucking camera roll unless you, No, he is careful. That's this doesn't happen by accident. Like, this doesn't happen by accident unless someone sends you something like right in the moment when you've got your phone and you get like a fucking like a sext or whatever, and it shows up on the thing. But otherwise, no, that doesn't really happen by accident, does it?
If I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Oh no, I'm thinking just stuff that
What?
Stuff that people shared with you that I didn't have permission to see, so I just scroll past very quickly.
Okay, well, you're not gonna find anything good in here.
That I didn't have permission to see.
Okay, that's good.
This one. No. There were others that were fucking good. Okay.
Okay,
Let me just add in one.
So I guess he just saves people's nudes on his main camera roll, then just gives the phone with the camera roll to other people. Okay, interesting. Okay. YouTuber Misgif also claimed he had seen hundreds of nudes on the host's phone. Piker did not return the post's request for comment on this article. Uh-oh.
Down with the egg.
I don't know why I'm standing up here.
I'll sit next to the down with the egg.
I don't know why I'm standing up here.
4 of us, cutie. There's only 4.
Whoa, is that a nude?
So was it? What's the score like? 1,
Dude, it's so fucking intentional, man. Look at this guy. Look how proud of himself he is. What are you doing?
I'll sit next to the song.
What the fuck?
I don't know why I'm standing up here.
4 of us, cutie. There's only 4.
Whoa, is that a nude?
I mean, me, you know, people send me loads of nudes. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck
So
off.
was it? What's the score like? 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1, 2, 3.
He's actually a fucking schoolboy.
Those
Jesus.
big knockers?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Did you?
So, I'm with Hassan, and I'm not kidding you when I'm saying this. He's browsing his phone like this on Snapchat, just clicking random people, and they're girls,
Uh-huh.
and they're all naked. And I'm gonna be real with you, they're all hot. They're all like 8 out of 10s, 9 out of 10s, 10 out of 10s.
Did she have nipple piercings? I'm just wondering.
They're small knockers?
She didn't? Okay, no, that was crazy.
They're medium-sized knockers?
You leaked on stream. Yo, can you add me to the group call?
Hey, if you like this video, please subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Oh, God. CD Piker, who claims to have slept with over 300 women, well done, buddy, also gleefully showed off all the nudes he was getting sent on Snapchat as part of an article by Cosmopolitan magazine in 2018. Wait, what? Before we head out to the highlight room against his publicist's wishes, Piker pulls out his phone to show me more examples of his impact via the Snapchat DMs fans send of them wearing his merch. A black t-shirt he designed that says racism, bigotry, patriarchy, white letters, each word crossed out in red. He sold in the early 2000s. It's so dope, he says, opening Snapchat. I don't know if any of these are nudes, so don't judge. The first one is a nude. Bro! Did the women know that they're also getting their nudes viewed by fucking Cosmopolitan journalists? Yeah, it's so obvious. Like, he wants people to know that he's getting them. Like, he wants people to see. Who keeps count up to 30? So stupid. Yeah, like. The article described how his messages are about 70% nudes, and then quotes Piker as he scrolled through them saying, "Whoa, that's crazy. That was like actually her blowing some." Where's J-Stock and Queeman? Imagine if Destiny said that. The difference is this, and the reason that Hassan will always get away with this kind of thing is it's pretty privileged. That's it. That's all it is. And Destiny, unfortunately, just just has kind of like the phrenology of a bit of a creep, I guess. He just kind of looks kind of like, you know, gnomey and small and yeah, it's just pretty privilege. That's it. That's it. It's like in The Notebook, you know, that film? That film, The Notebook? I watched it, actually. I've watched it. I cried. No shame. I cried like a little baby. But fuck, I don't know why. I don't really understand music and shit. But Ryan Gosling like threatens to fucking kill himself if he doesn't get a date with his girl, right? Like he threatens to jump off of a fucking Ferris wheel if she doesn't give him a date. And I'm like, mate, imagine an ugly boy did that. Imagine an ugly guy was like dangling off of a Ferris wheel and like, whoa, I'm gonna suffer some serious bodily injury and potential death. Dude, that's actually a faux pas. It's a faux pas. You're not supposed to do that. It's bad unless you're Ryan Gosling. Anyway. The article described how his messages are about something. Okay, having Snapchat as a male celebrity is a huge red flag to begin with, said one source, noting the app is mainly used by teenagers. Depends how you define red flag. The only people I speak to on my Snapchat are my group chat of like 3 friends. I don't know why. I don't know why they use Snapchat for that. Like I've got them on WhatsApp, but whatever. Piker has also admitted sending nudes of other people to Will Neff, his streamer and pal, raising concerns over issues of consent. Okay. He even joked about keeping a boobs of note list, he said in one stream. Again, the thing with this is like, I'm going to do the meninist thing now. It's not like unforgivable, okay, for especially people back in like, especially pre-2016, because everyone was fucking mental, right? With these things, especially men. If someone like has in the past, like maybe they get like a fucking nude and they're with their friend, like you can acknowledge it's bad and don't do it again and all that shit. And it's like, I don't think anyone's gonna fucking kill you. It's the fact that like Hassan would, if someone he didn't like did this, he would call them a pedophile, like a you should be on a list, a pedophile, especially doing it brazenly, bragging about it on his fucking stream. Jesus. He even joked about keeping a boobs of note list. He said in one stream, adding, the boobs I send, every now and then I see a pair that is concussion. Okay, let's see.
Boobs I send, it's just like there's a couple
boobs of note.
The boobs. The boobs I send, it's just like there's a couple
boobs of note.
The boobs. Every now and then I'll see a pair that is just like concussion inducing. And I'll send it to Will and he'll be like, I wish I was concussed. Yeah, so
add me to that list.
All right, you got
research.
I don't see the appeal personally.
Let me know where that is so I know, like, not to look at it.
The boobs I send, it's just like there's a couple
boobs of note.
The boobs.
Every now and then I'll see a pair that is just like concussion inducing.
So.
And I'll send it to Will.
And it's like, remember, is this Caroline Kwan? Yeah, it is. This is Caroline Kwan, who you remember, Caroline Loaderbox has done that for sure. What, the boobs list or the I have been imperfect when it comes to like I've done bad things when it comes to like women and shit. Like cheating is one thing I've done in the past, but like no, I've not done this. No, I've not got the fucking boob list, you fucking idiot. And I don't recall ever getting a nude and going to my fucking mates and be like, check boobs. Like, no, I have not done that. No. This is Caroline Kwan. She is the same person who She's the same person who excoriated fucking Queeman for making that Epstein joke, by the way. Again, it's the pretty privilege. But Hassan is a, good-looking large man with lots of money and shit, and he's on the same side politically and all that and clout. So he's all good. But Queeman, who unfortunately has all the outward appearance of a fucking enraged, fucking emaciated concentration camp survivor, he wouldn't get away with it. It's pretty privilege. It's all it is. It's pretty privilege. Let me know where that list is so I know not to look at it. Okay. Piker also previously discussed his penchant for webcam sex in a live stream, saying he keeps his camera off to protect my identity while getting off on those on the other side of it. See, look, someone in chat now is trying to look at them go. Hang on. Bye-bye. Piker, who appears to be single and still broadcasts around 7 hours a day, appears quite insatiable. Neff recently described a night out with him as like going out with a zealot who could only be satiated by intercourse. Wait, Will Neff said that about him? I thought Neff was a friend of his, wasn't he? On the condition of anonymity, simply described him as a pathological liar. Pathological. When people use these terms, I always get a bit fucking like. Pathological liar or like compulsive liar means that you lie like randomly and with no apparent fucking like for no apparent gain, right? Like you just kind of do it like at random almost. Hassan's lies are quite intentional, it seems like, on stream anyway. Like he lies for ideology, he lies about his opponents, he lies to protect people he likes. Like it's quite. I don't know if that's like pathological. That's a survival mechanism for him. Piker, who appears to be single and still broadcasts around 7 hours a day, appears quite insatiable. Okay. His porn obsession extends to posting video from the Adult Entertainment X Biz Awards and having an on-off relationship with porn star Janice Griffith. And don't care. On previous streams, he's admitted having sex with prostitutes, visiting a brothel. Don't care. I don't know about this. Did they have the Diddy comment? Piker has also drawn scrutiny for comments involving disgraced music mogul Sean Combs. Hey, there it is. Better known as Diddy, who is in federal prison on prostitution-related charges. I would love to hang in Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown his way. Piker tweeted in 2012. Bro, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Years later, he claimed to have actually attended a Diddy after-party at Coachella Music Festival, where some real weird pedo thing featuring a very young girl was allegedly playing on a screen. Meh, 2012. Yeah, we didn't know. 2012, okay. It's just unfortunate. I don't know why he calls people... he calls other people Diddy. It's like, Jesus. He calls Dan Diddy Saltman, doesn't he? Or is that other people? Aside from sex, Piker's political screeds have turned out to be very lucrative, if earning him mockery for his lavish champagne socialist lifestyle. He may rail against wealth inequality, but lives alongside the Los Angeles influencer elite, and leaked Twitch payout data previously showing he earned more than $2 million from the platform alone over a 2-year span. Damn! What, socialism is when no income? Nowhere was the hypocrisy more prominently on display than when he went on a humanitarian aid flotilla trip to Cuba earlier this year and broadcasted while wearing Cartier designer sunglasses worth around $1,300. $1,300. While Piker praised the island and its leadership, the trip itself is said to be under federal scrutiny for potentially breaking the US embargo on the island. Sources note this is a huge blow to Piker, saying he is definitely most worried about the legal trouble, something he admitted to, saying the probe into him and 40 others from the trip was not great. Not great. And that he is about to be seemingly made an example of. First, they came for the communists, and it was not great. In addition to being worried about criminal charges, Piker is obsessed with his public image and wants desperately to be seen and accepted as mainstream. But stuff like this makes it difficult for him, and he knows that. I think it's more the terrorism that makes it difficult, the supporting terrorism, but okay. He's usually very careful and media trained, and this Cuba trip was a major faux pas. Are you sure? I think that's kind of speaking to his brand, no? But this is New York Post, so we're in right-wing country. That has only been compounded by Piker's visa to speak in the UK being rescinded just before he was due to travel this week, with the government only saying it was on the grounds that his presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. On his stream Monday, Piker vented his frustrations with the organizers of the event he was due to speak at and compared himself to communist theorist Karl Marx. He said, "I'm doing this as a favor, and then it's crazy that once the UK Home Office intervened and revoked my visa, they just deleted my speaker page on their site." Oh no. Karl Marx. England has quite literally offered refuge to some of the most controversial thinkers like Karl Marx. Dude, at the very least, Karl Marx wanted the English working class to defeat the English ruling class. Hassan wants Yemeni fucking terrorist pirates to defeat British soldiers. They're not the same fucking thing. They're not the same thing. Fuck off. He blamed Israel without knowing the real reason. So what do we get from that? Hassan, kind of a sleaze, kind of a hypocrite? Oh well, what can you do? It would be so much easier to have, and the thing is, it would be so much easier to have these discussions about it as well if Hassan wasn't, he's part of the problem. He calls everyone fucking pedophiles, dude. So, by Hassan's logic, well, if you're getting nudes on Snapchat, soliciting nudes on Snapchat, showing to your friends, Snapchat, an app that is largely used by minors, and you're not age verifying, well, it's like, oh. By Hassan, like, that's more than enough information for Hassan to call me a pedophile if that was me doing that. More than enough. He probably already actually accused me of, I can't remember. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already accused me of like exploiting fans or whatever because of my leak. Like, fuck knows, bro. But the worst thing about it is like these aren't even like it's not even someone's accusing him of anything. It's not like we're not even in like this like murky territory of like someone said this or anonymous sources. Most of the bad shit that Hassan does with this is like it's stuff that he did himself willingly. It's stuff that he willingly did on fucking camera, bro. Jesus. I know he started reading the leaked DMs on stream. I know he did that. Yeah. Fucking disgusting fucking pervert. Like, Jesus. And then acting like he's grossed out by it. Like, fuck off, dude. Sorry. Next time I'm expecting someone to publish sex, I'll just say, yeah, you're fucking, wait, what was it? You're, what did he say about boobs again? You're fucking world ending, you're apocalyptically awesome boobs. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that next time. Your leaks were so vanilla. Well, as a streamer, like, shut up. Your concussion. Yeah, I should have spoken about concussion-inducing boobs. That would have been much better, right?
More malleable. But in comparison to Scott Wiener, she is basically Hamas, okay?
Jesus. Where did
Scott
we get
Wiener
here?
flew to Israel after a
There are loan. This is why you don't address fucking allegations on. This is why you don't address like unsubstantiated, like anonymous shit online, because I realize that most of my audience didn't even fucking know about this. Nah, listen. There's no. Don't worry. There's no Lorna Box leak. Shut the fuck up. You'll never. You ain't finding anything there. No, literally. You will literally find nothing. It's boring as shit. Ugh. Not the Streisand effect. I know, eh? But in any case, if you really do want to find them, I guess you'll find them being read out, audiobook by the largest left-wing streamer on the planet. You know, that's because that's normal.
I appreciate the donations. I just don't want you thinking that you can spend a bunch of money and get the unban. I don't know why you were banned. I haven't seen the logs.
Why do people care about this stuff so much? Oh, because what? Why do political people incidentally care about this stuff so much? Because politics is a fucking clown show. It's a bunch of clowns trying to jump on each other. It's a bunch of clowns trying to fucking trap people, laying minefields for each other and just bouncing around over them. Just imagine a bunch of clowns and there's no man's land and it's been mined and they're just you just set them off and they meet in the middle. There's with all the fucking clown noises and the clown music. The little fucking monkeys with the wind-up monkeys with the cymbals crashing. Those people. Imagine a whole bunch of that. Because everything moves fast, attention economy, dopamine, whatever the fuck, instant gratification, sensationalism. At the end of the day, policy disagreements are kind of boring, you know? It's much better to just call everyone a fucking pedophile and just overlap and just make it reality TV for fucking for people who are just not that charismatic, I guess. That's it. That's the gist.
But there will be a time and a place. Original heirloom with $2. Scott is a full 6'7" of abundance.
Is Hassan actually on some Diddy shit? Probably not. No, he is, but he is. He's a sleaze. That's what he is. Everything that he's publicly shown himself is he's a sleaze. Yeah.
Wait, is he 6'7"?
What?
Another reason to support the tall king.
Imagine if any of this stuff came out about any of Hassan ops, not even Vosh, just out in the open shit he admitted to. Yeah, it would be over. It would be so over. Let's see. I'm just annoyed Hassan spent like 20 minutes grilling the progressive LA candidate on IP. I remember that. How is this different from the Destiny stuff? It's not massively different. The difference with Destiny is that he sent it to someone, I guess, so there was a file that could be distributed. That's kind of the worst thing. But it's not massively in terms of like the compromising someone's privacy, like with the intent or whatever. Like, yeah, it's not really that different. No, I don't think Destiny expected that video to go to Kiwi Farms, but so if you think you're sharing it with one person, the intent's kind of the same. The risk is maybe a bit different. He did send it to Will Neff. I think sending it to Will Neff is like you're probably not expecting another streamer to publish. But I guess Will Neff spoke about it, didn't he? He did speak about it. Let's stop giving JStock more content for the week. I don't think JStock is covering Destiny or Dan anymore, is he? I thought he stopped. That was the last I heard. I heard he was done. Suddenly. He said he stopped unless it's politics related. Makes sense. Meanwhile, Connor is still going after 1 week, saying he's done. Yeah, do I want to review that shit? It's just there's too much. I think when I look at this kind of stuff, I try to imagine. I know no one else fucking does this for people generally, but when I do this kind of stuff, I kind of think like, okay, would I want someone who unless I fucking hate them or whatever, like, or unless they really deserve it, like, do I want, like, would I want this person to do this thing to me, right? That's why, like, yeah, maybe, but which is why, like, generally, I don't really cover a lot of that stuff. Like, I know there's a whole story being told about fucking J-Stock and his personal life and all that stuff. Some of which, I don't know, depending on who you ask, might be troubling or whatever. But I just don't care to go into it because it's like, especially if there's like parties that don't want to be involved, or if there's also like you're kind of going off of like one side of a story or something like that. But like you know, it's because it's like there's like leaks and things like that, and a lot of the stuff is like maybe like not that newsworthy. So yeah, I tend to not really want to go for it. But obviously, like they they have no problem if stuff gets leaked of mine, like just like yapping about it, speculating, whatever, even if it's being generous to me, like they were with my leaks. But it was still, you know, the fucking humiliation part was still very much present. Shit. Did you apparently see the snarkers were targeting Ukrainian Anna? And if they tried getting her, I don't know if they tried getting her harmed in real life, but I don't know. Pervasive incentive in making it content. Yeah, well. She said they sent her locations to the Russians. I didn't see that. Damn, that's the first I'm hearing of it. Maybe, I don't know. Is that like in the logs? Is that the logs that I haven't read? Fuck that. I've known of other people sharing her location to the Russians, but I don't know about the snarkers doing it. I didn't know that. I've never heard that allegation or seen the evidence of it. But damn, if anyone has it, they can fire away. She got tons of emails after the drama broke. Well, I know she didn't publicly, she didn't like do the Destiny's a rapist thing, so like she would be a target of some sorts. I just don't know if she'd be a target of that. That seems criminal. Really? It seems criminal to put a target on the back of a citizen of an American ally. Yeah, it's crazy. Whatever. Stop. Chat. Stop giving me fucking random statements of fact or whatever that you claim. I want to see evidence if you want to show me stuff. Otherwise, I'm not doing much with it. I just want to watch people screeching about it on the internet. That would be much nicer. Do I want to do Judge Box? True. Noonian Star, thanks for $5. Random Fact 67. Wow, thanks. Oh yeah, the goal is not being... It's doing the thing again. Fuck! I have no idea how much money I've been given today. But thank you guys so much. Wow. Well, Tash and Boof, thank you so much for the mutual hellos back and forth to each other. Gallstone for the $5. In any other circumstance, Farage would consider Novak a Polish invader. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't mention that a bit, did they? Lexi, thanks for the $4.99. Saw a comment a few days before rioting started saying if races swapped, there would be mass rioting. Also, good job, Kier. That's interesting. Barbas for the $2. How is this guy not in prison for incitement? Because, you know, he gets every privilege under the sun in this country, buddy. Two-tier system. He's a protected minority, Nigel Farage. ZJM, thanks for the 2 gifties. Thank you so much, guys. Wow. Hmm. Okay. I'll do this. Shit. Who? Ray Sticky Gummy Fatir. Okay. Ursin. Ari. What the fuck, bro? Pasty, Jasmine, colorful brown sugary empanada, Bell, sushi, samosa, moan. Well, pasty and empanada is a samosa. I don't know what a fucking samosa is, but it seems like it might be that. I don't know what any of these are though. So fuck, we're fucked. Wouldn't be sushi, would it? No. No. Dude, this is horrible. What the fuck? What? Wait, come on. What's going on here? Samoa. I'm seeing it. No, it's not layers taken away. Okay. Pasty. Pasty? It could be pasty. Pasty is spelled with an IE, isn't it? IE, pasty? The English thing? Cornish pasty? That's an IE, I think. So it'd be pasty. Colorful. Oh, wait. Colorful and pasty. Oh, wait. Sticky, pasty, gummy. Airy. Oh, but it could be, wait, sugary, gummy, sticky, colorful, like gummy bears? What? Pasty? Or is it not sugary? Fuck my ass, dude. Come on. It's this, isn't it? It must be this. That's not even, bro. That wasn't even 3 out of 4. I've just wasted all my, fuck you, man. That wasn't even 3 out of 4, which means it's sticky and sugary, but it might be this. Because these are, I'm gonna go, oh fuck, I might have, oh my god. Oh well, I was rushed. I'm Russian. It was gummy bear ursine. Okay. It was pastries, whatever. And it was samosa. Fuck. It was Disney princesses, whatever. Rip. We did a speed run though. We didn't linger too long with it. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I keep feeling really dehydrated. I feel like I've drank like 3 of these right now. Did he just give up? I just got impatient. Fuck me. Fuck. It's okay. We're over it. Stop drinking salt water. That's good advice. That's very good advice. Where are you when I need you? Don't know samosas. Sorry. Try my best. I had a feeling. I just not 100% familiar with them. I've probably had one in the past anyway. Let's see some of these results. Rubio won't talk about Israel's nuclear capabilities.
Start with Iran. I'm hopeful that the president and the administration are able to reach an agreement that ends the war and also reopens the Strait of Hormuz. If there's a deal subject to congressional review under INARA, I'll approach it with a fair mind, and I hope that all of us will as well. I just ask that you keep the committee briefed on the details of that agreement, and I believe that it's in America's interest that this war end, and I sincerely mean that. We are at war alongside Israel against Iran. Iran has struck Israeli nuclear facilities at Dimona, and American service members are deployed throughout the region, as you know. Congress needs to understand the full risks of the conflict, including the nuclear risks. On May 4th, I wrote to you with 29 colleagues asking for details about these risks and Israeli nuclear weapons. On June 1st, your Bureau of Legislative Affairs responded and said, quote, "We refer you to the government of Israel for your questions about Israel's capabilities." I have to say, Mr. Secretary, that's a very bizarre response. 30 of us wrote to you and to the State Department asking our government for an answer, an assessment about a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities. In your opening statement, you referred to India and Pakistan as nuclear nations. We've also spoken in different sessions, both in closed and open sessions, you know, as a U.S. Senator, former U.S. Senator, about the nuclear capabilities of other nations, Iran, China, Russia, France, the UK, both adversaries and allies. And so I wanted to ask you the question today, will you tell us, the Congress and the American people, whether Israel in fact possesses nuclear weapons?
You know that's a question that they've never acknowledged to have a nuclear program. People can have, as you know, in open source and other reporting, suspicions about what they possess. Speaking frankly, I think most of the world assesses that they do. But they've never acknowledged that publicly, and as a feature of our foreign policy for a variety of reasons, we don't discuss it in that way either.
Well, I guess a few things. This is the first time, especially for an extended period, that we are at war with an ally, Israel, against Iran.
What does he think they'll achieve by proving Israel has nuclear weapons? It's just a kind of like, it's one of those things that, like, to the average person just looks like they're being kind of snaky. So, you know, it's just a good meme.
And we have service members deployed. And we don't, if they in fact possess nuclear weapons, and you're right, in open source reporting that has come across, we don't know what their red lines are for using those nuclear weapons. And so I
thought we still did. Wasn't there like a red line doctrine that was either leaked or published in an indirect way in like in the 60s? I mean, we know that they didn't use them in Yom Kippur, and we also know that Hafez al-Assad specifically told his troops not to cross into Israel proper, just to go to the Golan, because they were worried about nukes. So I would imagine that would be their red line, like any other. Like either if the Air Force is defeated, or if the IDF is defeated substantially, or if the major cities are in grave danger or whatever the fuck. Like, yeah.
Yes, I'm shocked that our government wouldn't make an effort to know, to understand, and then to give our oversight body the information that we need to make decisions about the war as well.
That's a fair observation, and I would answer that if perhaps you make that request and you're open to it being answered in a different setting other than a public
classified setting? A classified setting?
Yes, and both classified and sensitive. And if we could, I think you would get a better response to your question if the context in which it was answered were framed differently than a public letter for a variety of reasons. If we're being mature and grown up here, I mean, foreign policy, and I know that you are, and from the tone of your question, it's clear that it's a serious question. These things require delicate balancing acts between different equities, but I think you can get probably a more fulsome answer if we were to be able to respond to that inquiry in a different context, if that makes sense.
Did the stalkers seriously try to get Anna killed by the Russians? I don't know. It's an accusation. I don't know. I don't know if I haven't seen any evidence of it, so I'm just saying I don't know.
Mr. Secretary.
I feel like if that was the thing, it would be all over fucking my DMs and Twitter and everything else. But
I'll certainly take you up on that, and I appreciate your answer. Thank you for that. I have another question on Lebanon. The president and you are working to end this war with Iran. And
wait, what the fuck is this?
Hey.
Oh no, I don't want to see Asmongold's take on the fucking riots. No, thank you. No way.
And according to reporting, at least, one of the main sticking points is Israel's continuing military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah, which the president has called on Israel to stop. The president confirmed last night, in fact, that he, in fact, told Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the war in Lebanon. My worry is that Israel's insistence on continuing this war against Hezbollah will jeopardize the president's efforts and the American government's efforts to reach an agreement with Iran. And so, my question is, do you agree that Israel should stop its military campaign in Lebanon and support the president's negotiations for a peace agreement with Iran?
I'd love to answer that question. It's going to take more than the 42 seconds, and I know I've seen already that people get pretty pissed off here when their time gets eaten up. But if I can answer that question, maybe the next person will let me continue, because that's a really important question. So let me just start by saying this. Let me walk you through this. We had an agreement. Hezbollah reached out 2 weeks ago and basically said, about 10 days ago, and basically said, we will not launch missiles into Israeli territory if they stop attacking into Beirut. That was the agreement, I think 5 p.m. 2 Saturdays ago. At 6 p.m., they launched missiles. And then they came back and said, well, we made a mistake. We thought it started tomorrow.
That would be the problem with decentralizing. Decentralizing is very good because if people get kidnapped or people get taken hostage or taken prisoner, then they won't have any information to give. It's good for hiding people's identities and making them harder to trace. It's harder to gather intel and all that for the enemy. But it also does mean that it's harder to enforce a ceasefire on your side.
Not Saturday. Then they went again and violated it again on Sunday.
But also Israel has been bombing and launching throughout. Is that correct?
Well, there's two separate things. Actually, Israel has not conducted massive operations in Beirut for some time. What you see them operating is in the south. And what they are, what we've always said, and it's part of the joint statement, we've always said is Israel has a right to act in its defense. So as an example.
Well, but so then why did the president have to tell Israel to stop
Time
anything?
has expired.
Yeah, why?
Representative Wilson is recognized.
Damn.
Thank you.
Caught him just at the end, right at the jugular. Learnerbox is smarter with knowledge I don't have. Yes. All of the candidates that went on Hassan Piker's Diddy Piker Dog Striker stream lost handily. All that matters to a little zoomer like me, girl who is going to be okay. Apparently he reacted to this. Oh no. That's why I got 10 replies in 10 seconds. Oh, his face. Wait, can I see this anywhere? Is there a clip? Is there a stream section? Hang on. We can find it. Was he actually really fucking upset yesterday over these results? So I'm guessing he backed a bunch of like hyper progressive candidates and they didn't perform that well or as well as he thought they would.
Is out of my South Dakota.
That's him live right now. Shut up. It was yesterday he covered this? Yeah.
Now
what? Where is it? He Come on. God, he was on for fucking 11 hours yesterday. Where the fuck? Hey. I need to see the memes. I guess the results come in later, so results are in, things are going badly for him. Maybe we can just do because this is actually accurate Hassan news coverage because he's just going to be reporting results. Maybe we can just watch him actually reporting truthfully on things once a year. Dude, where did he? It was probably only up for a second, wasn't it? So we might not see it. Oh, come on. I just want to see the funny tweet. Check out Hunter Biden's tweets. Oh, I'll always check out Hunter Biden's tweets. Does the sign have the keys? Apparently he didn't.
Fight for the gospel.
This must be before results because he's happier here.
What? I can't tell. Are you saying jokes are
Francisco County? Are they both squeezing out enough that it's going to hurt a guy like Hilton? Is the chance of get 130 outright in terms of Pratt making some really nobody expects Pratt. Nithya Raman,
getting banned.
I think you're probably too advanced.
Someone's getting fucked.
the California governor's foreign buy? Because this is also known as what the fuck many people are rocking with Tucker.
That's him watching himself. Okay,
to make it when
lots of Twitter tabs.
Ideology.
Not all of them though.
White people in there.
President Trump is standing up for us. He's
if Grant Plattner was pro-Israel, and they fuck up and they shoot the messenger
Okay, he
with
seems more
old
upset here.
tropes that no longer work. Sometimes they shoot the messenger and say, "Oh, he's anti-Semitic." Most people at this point, 3 years into this genocide, understand when someone is calling an anti-Zionist an anti-Semite. They know exactly what that is.
Okay.
But in other instances, they'll turn around and they'll say, "I'm a fucking animal."
Please just talk about the fucking
$400 million.
Yes, they will call you an animal abuser. Yeah, you are.
Find out.
Gigantic.
The Steyer fever is the absolute worst. Sorry about Steyer, brother. Pelosi turned it into the four ESL candidates.
Because I think he.
Sorry
Where
about
is the fucking
low key kind of. Hey, good luck.
I don't know where to find it. Shit.
I mean, it is what it is. It didn't work, you know? Also, Jane Kim is winning insurance commissioner race. Y'all are getting single payer home
Maybe
insurance.
from the YouTube VODs transcript. Oh, okay. Maybe if I find it here, I know what to do. I know exactly what to do.
Self-funded campaigns hobble building a volunteer base, in my honest opinion.
Because
No,
he
I think
would've
Shortcut had a
probably
crazy
read it,
amount of
right?
door knockers. You got to show up for Angela. She's your last chance to save LA and California. No, for sure. I'll be there for her.
No, someone else uploads the VODs to YouTube.
It is legitimately funny that Pittsburgh and Philly are far more progressive than San Fran and LA. Yeah. Yeah. You know what it is? I know what it is.
What is it?
Fucking car reliant infrastructure. The more cars you have, the more chuddy the fucking city is. That's it. No public transit.
Yeah.
No fucking people living close to one another. No close quarters to one another.
His only
no
policy.
public transit at all. Massive wealth disparity. It's just fucking rich liberals who just want homo fascism in the country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno fascism.
Uh-huh.
Peter Thiel is the perfect candidate for San Francisco.
Jesus.
Neoliberal
Okay.
hell world.
This is definitely when it realized.
Oliver Ma's not surprising if he didn't switch course from his original.
This
one
is when he
to spend
realized
money
that he
on
wasn't getting the
advertising
candidates he wanted.
strategy.
Okay. Lexi, thanks to $4.99.
Oh
Loner
my
urbanism
God.
arc. True.
They're so isolated and
Ah.
hate homeless people. You just but the genocide is a list.
Genocide? Okay. We're
Nancy-
not talking about. Just
I don't give a
results. We're
fuck.
talking about genocide. Okay. Mike from PA spamming away.
Scott, the mo he said, a communist, one of them fucking ridiculous, right? A real mover or a shaker. 18th who told her that while if and there's no path to local politics, I was a president, dude. The reason why I like Shoykot is because he had the most comprehensive platform, and the most radical platform that I had encountered from any of the candidates that I had actually talked to. But ultimately, in my experience, in my analysis, if I don't actually align with the local DSA, there's always, if there's friction and the local DSA, if it's not like a local DSA backed candidate, then it's not going to work. And Connie wasn't necessarily the DSA backed candidate either, even though
he
there
had
were
his
a lot
he had his DSA cap on for the beginning. I guess he took it off.
of San Francisco DSA people
Oh,
that
no.
liked her, but they didn't endorse her. But she was the institutional left candidate because the institutional left did not trust Shoykot, unfortunately. Compared to Scott Wiener, Connie Chen is basically Hamas. I don't know if she's going to like that one. Yeah, probably not. I didn't mean that as a negative, though.
Obviously not. Why would we ever view Hamas as a negative? Just to be clear, guys, going out of his way to remind them. Fuck
Dog,
me.
Scott
He
Wiener's
doesn't
almost-
support Hamas though. No way. He definitely doesn't support Hamas. He doesn't do that. He never.
60, he's not going to be in Congress for 50 years. Yes,
crazy
he
to
is.
say that.
Yes, he is. Yes, I know he's old as fuck. And yes, I think he will be in Congress till 110.
Okay.
No, I meant it. Yes, he literally, dude, okay. Catch you 3 decades from now when he's still kicking hard, okay? All 6'8" of his ass. That tall ass motherfucker. Every other leftist group said to vote for her. Literally 5 different voter guides. Yes, I know.
After midnight.
The long
Fucking admitting that.
I want to hear deflated
Dude,
Hassan. Come
that's
on.
the
where is
guy
he?
and people. ESL candidates. They want Republicans. Honestly, it seems they genuinely love Republicans. This
business. Those values will guide me as your next.
Oh, this guy. Come on.
Share confidence interval city still clearly overlaps with Hilton's, meaning there's still meaningful uncertainty in the race. We have to do a January 6th for Katie Porter. I will do a January 6th for Toby Durden.
Uh-huh.
I will fly out to South Dakota and do a January 6th. I'll make January 6th look like a fucking picnic for Toby. Toby!
I know where to get
Toby
the clips from.
Durden!
Hang on.
It's not Sty Over. Javier Becerra has spent decades taking on Big Pharma, defending the ACA and protecting working families. That's exactly who we need an office name. Count me in. Hashtag Becerra for, in brackets, office. Hashtag lead with experience. Average Becerra voter. No, but it's bots, but like there are bots. Americans are bots. Fox News watching. Becerra in second now. Don't worry, he'll get back up to first place soon. Or I mean, sorry.
This was Becerra's dog shit. Becerra is a representation of all the billionaires and the mega corporations. If you want to block out the Republican, vote for Tom Steyer. Same with Nitya Raman. If you want to block out Spencer Pratt, vote for Nitya Raman. Okay. Tom Steyer. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh well. Fuck.
Wait, I was thinking of not even Becerra. I thought you were.
Oh well.
So was there any notable moment or endorsement that made Becerra surge, or did they just send MK Ultra instructions directly into people's heads? Yeah, no, it's proof. It's proof that
Lorderbox Hutch is regularly outperforming you on live viewers. How can we, as viewers, sabotage his success and bring about your reign? What you have to do is you have to convince me somehow. You have to muscle me into starting stream and ending stream at roughly the same time every day. That's pretty much it. Go bald. No, I mean, like, again, I've never really been like a massively like ambitious person. Again, like I've always said that if I was able to earn just like enough to survive, like kind of comfortably, like enough to afford maybe like one small tiny holiday every 1 or 2 years, I would be more than happy with my life doing what I like. There are some moments where, like, regardless of whatever interests I have, like streaming or when it was music or when it was like fucking whatever else, like sometimes I just the interest just dips for a while, and I could either just fight through it and be one of those guys who just keeps turning up even if you don't really feel like that into it, or you just do what I do and I just go kind of dormant for a while, which is what I do. So yeah, but I don't mind.
California voters are cattle.
We're not trying to be a big deal over here. Okay, we're just doing what we enjoy.
They were all like, "Oh, I guess we'll vote for Swalwell," and then Swalwell turned out to be like a fucking rapist. So then everyone was like, "Who do we vote for?" And then someone was like, "Maybe Becerra," and everyone was like, "Okay." That's literally it. It was the TikToks. It's TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he sounds quite decisively defeated here as a person, but what's this? All the candidates that he endorsed in California lost yesterday, and instead of taking a moment to consider that his ideas aren't as popular as he'd like them to imagine they are, he's blaming it all on cars and liberal. Yeah, this is the.
I know what it is. Fucking
okay,
car.
Watch this. Yeah, that was such a fucking stupid thing to say. God, poor guy. But it's okay though, as long as you clarified to your audience that likening someone to Hamas is not actually a bad thing. Anyway, TikTok live debates reform voters would be content. Yeah, I mean, I've got my debate on Friday with the WIC panel. We are looking for people. WIC is looking for people to do a UK panel on the riots, maybe. We'll see. Have you ever done IRL debates? Nope. My first one is going to be with Andrew Wilson. Crazy. I'll bring a jar. Link that lady's tweet. Okay. Hunter Biden tweet. Okay, 1 minute. Poor Hunter Biden, eh? A gem.
Greasing the mouse to click that go live button.
Hey, thanks for $10, Captain Dan. Really appreciate it. Feeling nervous? Not really. It's gonna be a fucking. The debate prompt is Trump a fascist? It's gonna be the most fucking frustrating debate. I'm just gonna get mad and then he'll call that a win. So whatever, big deal. Probably not gonna talk about anything of substance. He's just gonna torture test me and I'm gonna get frustrated and swear at him, probably. I don't know. Which is fine. We enjoy that. Oh yeah, here. You wanted this. Hassan told the author of that tweet that they'll Minecraft themselves. He was turbo mad. Where though? Where did you get the clip for that? I didn't see it. Actually, I know. If I'm looking for a longer pause, maybe Hutch watched him say it and paused on the frame
to segment out the different
than Hassan had. You get double frame pause. That's how that works. Maybe that's how I'll find it. I'm not finding it. Not finding it. Not finding it. And he's really pumped through it as well. It's not worth this much time, dude. It might. You gave me a timestamp, but what? Give it again. I'll look at what you in YouTube. I'll look at your thing. Hang on. I'll see your history. What's the site for tickets again? 1 minute. I'll get you those. Yes, seen. Okay, let's go to channel activity. Oh, okay. It was late in the stream. It was in the fucking sundowning phase. Nice. Okay.
This is a very real failure of neoliberalism because the Democratic Party, for far too long in this once it became clear Shoykat wasn't getting the AOC endorsement, he was basically drawing dead as there was a perfectly good progressive candidate who was locally rooted and getting establishment support. All the candidates that went on Hassan Piker, Diddy Piker, Dog Striker stream lost handily. All that matters to a little zoomer like me, girl who's gonna be okay. Buddy, you're a couple days out from ending it all. I don't think you're gonna be all right.
What? Why?
Like, this guy is literally a fucking bot.
What? This person?
All the candidates that went on Hassan Piker's stream lost handily. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, whatever happened to
Owner Box, who is crying and demanding I kill myself? Nithya and Ray could have co-endorsed in a ranked choice system. Ray should have dropped out and endorsed her. Same thing happened. No, it wouldn't have done anything. You guys are fucking wrong.
That's so random as well. Why is he just saying, yeah, you're going to kill yourself, just so you know? Like, what? That's not how you say that.
It wouldn't have done anything. What are you talking about? Ray's at like 3%. What are you talking about? And yeah, dude,
you got fucking annihilated. Sorry.
Like, there's not. She would not have been able to move the fucking needle at all.
Oh, this poor guy.
LA wants Pratt. It's over. No, it's not.
No, not this side.
16,000 people voted for fucking Eric Swalwell still, okay? Bots.
Okay, cool. What's the Hunter Biden tweets? Thank you so much for that, chatter. Which Hunter Biden tweet am I looking at here? The one about Jake Tapper. So let me get this straight. Jake Tapper is focused on attacking my mum. Didn't know that. Jared and Ivanka are building a private island paradise on Albanian protected land. I did know that. That's crazy. Don Jr. married the daughter of Epstein's banker, and a startup his fund backs just got a record $620 million Pentagon loan. Jesus. Eric is taking an Israeli drone company public for $1.5 billion in the middle of a war with Iran that nobody wanted. And I know, but what about your paintings, Hunter? Please. King? Lord of the Earth? Right, what's in the replies? I want to see replies. I might see a picture of his cock. What replies? This? I mean, the man has a point, Ryan Grimm. This guy should have ditched his handler years ago. So true. Is he talking about himself or about Ryan Grimm? Does he have a bones pick with Ryan Grimm? Oh, he's on it. He's fucking reply guying everyone. He's reply guying the reply guys. I'm actually starting to like this guy, lol. Thanks. Oh. Has anyone looked at the 37,000 stock trades Trump made just in the first quarter of the year? It's insane. That's quite a lot. Don't give up before you strike gold. I'll keep going. Out of fucks, and I'm here for it. Appreciate you, Covey. Hunter Biden should truly just become a streamer. Would be must watch. From your lips to God's ears, Jack. They're all good. Thanks, Donna. Your paintings? Who gives a fuck? I want to know how much coke you snorted before posting this tweet. Man, if you're going to be mean, at least get it right. I smoked crack. I would have never wasted coke on snorting it. Does that make sense? I would never have wasted coke on snorting it. Okay. Oh, because, like, okay, I understand, yeah. Because crack cocaine, yeah, okay. You make coke into crack, yeah, okay, fuck. Use your laptop to sign up to vote for Hunter Biden. Now that's a great one. Bah! They were censored, it's fine, but I'm scrolling like this anyway. So someone just posted a bunch of his fucking nudes censored, and he says, "Don't bother me, slaps. How often do you look at these pictures in a day?" A stolen erection. What am I? They're all gold. They're all gold. All right, back to the incognito browsing. Okay. Which one is the fucking good one that I'm supposed to be scrolling all this way for? Was it that one? Was it the why are you obsessed with my cock? Never fails, that one. Find the one under his video addressing sobriety. No, the guy's tweeted like 1 billion times in the last 4 hours. There's no way. No, there's more. I know there's more. There's always more in the replies. Fuck off. Lorderbox, am I to believe that someone who is cautious enough to have a separate laptop for porn is careless about nudes on his phone? Nope. If someone who's on his phone for 10 seconds saw nudes immediately, that's not careless. That's intentional. He wanted people to see them. It seems like he's quite proud of showing people that stuff, but whatever. Pretty privilege. No one gives a fuck. Good luck, guys. Okay. I'm going. I'm so hungry. Fucking hell. Huh. I will see you guys tomorrow. 3 days in a row, though. Well done. Give me a pat on the back. Tell me I'm such a good lad. See you guys tomorrow, okay? I'll do the fucking British riot segment, hopefully. Do you have pretty privilege, Mr. Box? Probably. But I'm not a celebrity, so it's not as powerful. Okay, almost like a real job. True. All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye, 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 bye.